Chapter 1195. There are restrictions. That's right. Powerful beings of the Tao integration stage and above are not allowed to enter. Dongfang Zhengyang sighed and said, there are already signs like this. It's still gathering energy. If this is true, I'm afraid it's going to be very troublesome. Why can't powerful beings of the Tao integration stage and above enter? Yu Dongtian asked. Then why don't you ask Nan Zhengqian why he's the finance minister of the Shangjing? Dongfang Zhengyang snorted and glared at Nan Zhengqian. Nan Zhengqian was enraged. That's the only thing I've hidden from you. And the minister didn't allow me to say it. How can you blame me for that? What is it? Yu Dongtian was very interested. Dongfang Zhengyang was annoyed. Nan Zhengqian was prepared for the backlash when he set up little Nianer's soul-cleansing phoenix vein. If it weren't for some other reason, his plan wouldn't have worked. Otherwise, the grass on his grave would be a meter tall by now. Nan Zhengqian's expression darkened. The heavenly Tao formation this time is very different from the phoenix vein soul-cleansing technique. If powerful beings of the Tao integration stage and above enter, they will most likely trigger a backlash from the heavenly Tao. Furthermore, the Tao integration stage cultivator's cultivation base, vital energy, life, and soul will be locked onto by the celestial bodies and become a guide. It will guide the continents outside and help them find their way back. Because powerful beings of the Tao integration stage have become one with all Taos, their life soul is already inseparable from the continent beneath their feet and can become a locator's stellar source. Do you understand? Dongfang Zhengyang looked up at the sky and said, this formation is complete. He could clearly see the 9 stars of the Big Dipper and the 6 stars of the Southern Dipper. The lightning tribulations of countless prodigies had triggered the Dragon Vein Soul Cleansing Technique. The energy of the Dragon Vein Soul Cleansing Technique was still brewing and was about to erupt. The Dragon Vein Soul Cleansing Technique in the Shangjing provided the best protection for the heavenly Tao formation. It's complete. Dongfang Zhengyang looked up into the sky and sighed. Under the continuous guidance of the huge starlight, the dragon veins of the earth responded and rose up. Waves of providence soared into the sky and merged with the 15 stars in the sky. As for the Wang clan's karmic luck, it was like a whale sucking in water. It was as if the Wang clan's karmic luck was being used to nourish this heavenly Tao formation. Well, it was a little inappropriate to call it nourishment. Nourishment referred to a subtle influence and a little bit of warmth. Now, it should be called a blood transfusion. He was forcefully supplying blood without regard to his own condition. Moreover, he was forcefully supplying blood in an endless manner. It was as if he didn't care even if he exhausted all of his luck. The Wang clan is completely finished. Their luck has been exhausted. Sigh. Dongfang Zhengyang sighed. The heavenly Tao has already been set. We are destined to be unable to interfere. Yu Dongtian said angrily, even if the heavenly Tao plot is formed, so what if we interfere? Could it be that he would suffer the wrath of heaven? Moreover, even if the heavenly Tao plot has already been set, there will always be a foundation and a variable. We can't damage the foundation and shake it. Can't we destroy it bit by bit and gradually expand from one point to the other to achieve the effect of destruction? The heavenly Tao is derived from the heavenly Tao. It has been set long ago and is destined to be unbreakable. At most, we can use variables to affect the heavenly Tao and cause the heavenly Tao plot to deviate slightly. Dongfang Zhengyang explained, for example, the heavenly Tao plot was set long ago. It was something that was bound to happen. The Stargate sect used the huge starlight as a guide and the Wang clan's karmic luck as a sacrifice. In their bones, they only slightly deviated the direction of the heavenly Tao plot. However, this slight deviation is already enough to achieve their goal. There is a limit to what we can do now. Even if we forcefully interfere with the current heavenly Tao plot and break the current heavenly Tao plot, the heavenly Tao plot will go around and create a new heavenly Tao plot. Moreover, it will be a heavenly Tao plot that is completely unpreventable. That way, the damage will be even greater. This is also the fundamental embodiment of the heavenly Tao plot. Just like a person's life, he will often walk on a path that those who know him or those who know him will never think of. However, there will be countless reasons and things that will affect him and interfere with him. In the end, he will walk on this path no matter what. To ordinary people, this is called the trajectory of fate. Do you understand now? This is the manifestation of the heavenly Tao plot. For someone like me who knows the aura observation technique, I can vaguely sense the trajectory of the target's heavenly Tao plot. When they encounter difficulties and obstacles, I can give them some pointers. However, the final result is that the target's heavenly Tao plot will be less bumpy and slightly smoother. However, I can't do more than that. Therefore, the heavenly Tao plot cannot be destroyed. Even those who are not fated can only deviate the heavenly Tao plot. They can't completely turn the situation around. Dongfang Zhengyang sighed softly. However, right now, those who have broken the heavenly Tao plot are already in the heavenly Tao plot. They are the key to solving this heavenly Tao plot. Let's see what kind of impact they can have on this heavenly Tao plot. Looking at the heavenly Tao plot, Dongfang Zhengyang took in a deep breath. From what I see, the situation is not too bad. Both sides are not even evenly matched. We have a considerable advantage. However, going too far is as bad as falling short. If we go too far, it will be bad. What do you mean? Yu Dongtian and Nan Zhengqian were a little confused. They heard every single word that Dongfang Zhengyang said. However, they couldn't understand a single word. They only felt that it was very impressive. However, what was so impressive about it? They really didn't know. The two of you are just two idiots. Dongfang Zhengyang looked at the two of them disdainfully. It's so scary to be uneducated. What a waste of my time. Black lines appeared on their foreheads and they were speechless for a long time. Forget it. Let's inform the big families to come and collect the bodies. Yu Dongtian knew that there was no way he could communicate with Dongfang Zhengyang in terms of heavenly Tao plot. If he continued to communicate, he would only be tortured. Thus, he chose to change the topic. However, he thought to himself, I don't believe that I can't destroy a heavenly Tao plot. I'm in Shangjing right now. If anything happens, I'll rush over immediately. I don't believe that I can't destroy a heavenly Tao plot. Dongfang Zhengyang seemed to have seen through Yu Dongtian's thoughts. He sighed. I don't care if you want to use your strength to go against the heavens. However, I bet that you won't be able to keep them. Do you want to bet? What do you mean? Yu Dongtian was getting more and more dissatisfied. His tone was getting worse. If a heavenly Tao plot can be changed by human strength, then it doesn't deserve to be called a heavenly Tao plot. As the saying goes, the heavenly Tao plot is a joke. Now that the heavenly Tao plot has been set up, why would the heavenly Tao plot leave anyone who can break the rules alive? Dongfang Zhengyang sneered. His voice was filled with disdain. Yu Dongtian and Nan Zhengqian were getting more and more dissatisfied. Although the two of them were talking and laughing as if they were used to seeing death, they were indifferent to the mountains of corpses and seas of blood in front of them. However, in their hearts, they were so angry that they were about to explode. The people who had died in front of them were the backbone of the major families in Shangjing. They were killed by the heavenly Tao plot in one go. How could they not be heartbroken by such a huge loss? However, even if the three of them had the ability to move mountains and fill seas, when it came to moving the stars and changing the stars, they were still helpless against the power of the stars. They had the strength but were unable to use it. Dongfang Zhengyang shook his head. He had a feeling that something was about to happen. He looked up at the sky and left. You guys wait here. I'm going to find boss. There's something urgent that needs to be dealt with immediately. He flew away. Nan Zhengqian was about to say something, but Yu Dongtian had already disappeared. I'm going too. Nan Zhengqian, you stay here and guard. Nan Zhengqian was tongue-tied for a long time. Fuck you. If the two of them left, he would not be able to leave. The heavenly tribulation had been going on for a long time. It was gradually coming to an end. Finally, when the last thunderclap sounded, the heavenly tribulation cloud disappeared. The heavenly tribulation cloud also disappeared. The 12 people who had finally survived the heavenly tribulation could not hold on any longer. They fell to the ground in a mess. Their bodies were all charred black. They looked like 12 pieces of charcoal. Li Chenglong, Xiang Bing, Xiang Chong, Long Yusheng, Wan Li Xiu, Yu Moyan, Dugu Yan, Li Zhangming, Yu Yan, Gao Qiao, Pai Yibao, and Zhen Piapiao saw that the heavenly tribulation had disappeared. They heaved a sigh of relief. Except for a few who could still move their eyes, the rest of them had already fallen into a deep coma. Zhuo Changlu also heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he and Wu Yuding made their moves at the same time. Zhuo Changlu was in charge of the men, and Wu Yuding was in charge of the women. They waved their sleeves and rolled them up. Then, they teleported back to the city. On the way back, the two of them kept talking to each other. We need to interrogate these little guys properly. Everything came out. That's right. What's wrong with Yu Moyan's evil sword? It's too fierce. It was ready to fight back against the heavenly tribulation just now. That sword is indeed domineering. It can be said that the sword is similar to its master's form. The man and the sword are connected. However, that Pai Yibao's bow is a little too powerful. It can actually shoot through the tribulation clouds. In this battle, if they didn't have that bow to break through the tribulation clouds multiple times, causing the accumulated power of the tribulation clouds to be greatly reduced, I'm afraid that they might not have been able to pass through safely. And Li Chenglong's inheritance from the ancient big demon is also very powerful. He is very good at fighting. It is more or less a waste for such a big demon's inheritance to fall on him. Oh right, his martial arts attribute seems to be ice attribute too. That guy is called Long Yusheng, right? At the critical moment, he actually transformed into a dragon head. Other than his unique martial arts, he should also have the blessing of the origin of his bloodline. He has a promising future. His wife Wan Lixiu's bright moon-like martial arts. It's similar to little Nieners. They might be able to learn from each other. And that little fatty, he should be cultivating the dream divine technique. It has been a long time since I saw a cultivator who cultivated the dream divine technique to the level of returning mysterious. Passing the heavenly tribulation while snoring. It's been a long time. Yeah, we have fought with this kind of cultivator before. The dream divine technique allows one to kill in one's dream, to comprehend Tao in one's dream. Even if one dies, one can dream for 1,000 years and extend one's life. A truly profound cultivator can dream about the future and deduce the universe in one's dream. Its power is terrifying. It's just that there are very few people who have achieved great success in this technique. Now that I have seen this technique, I am quite touched. Yeah. Chapter 1196. After a few words, the two of them had returned to the small courtyard. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian had also rushed back. When Zhuo Xiaoduo saw that Li Chenglong and the others had successfully passed the tribulation, he finally felt relieved. Even though he had already read their faces and knew that they would be able to move forward without any obstacles, he was still worried when it came to it. Only now did he feel at ease. However, once a certain someone was relieved, his mind immediately turned to other things. Thus, he winked at Zhuo Xiaonian along the way. Then he kept transmitting his voice to her. Nian Mao, Nian Mao. He, Nian Mao. Little kitty, little kitty. I like to play with cats. Nian Mao, I'm flying. Roar, roar, think about what we still have to do. Roar, roar. Ga ga ga, flying. Flying is good, flying is wonderful, flying is so beautiful, flying is so beautiful, flying can find a wife, flying can meow meow meow. Dang, 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 dang. Zhuo Xiaonian felt irritated. She wanted to ride on him and beat him up to show her affection. However, she kept a straight face and ignored him coldly. She was very cold and reserved. Zhuo Xiaoduo kept transmitting his voice to her, provoking, teasing, and flirting. Zhuo Xiaonian still ignored him. Humph, you're actually flying. You're catching up with me. Perhaps, you're even stronger than me in terms of combat power. Humph. How dare you? Wouldn't a puppy be so proud of itself? Besides, this guy had always wanted to fly. There was another thing. Now that he was here, what should she do? Every time she thought about this, Zhuo Xiaonian felt as if her whole body was on fire. She yearned for it, but she was also a little afraid. At the same time, she was also a little unwilling to let a certain someone succeed. Melancholy. Zhuo Xiaonian was very conflicted. She wanted to be reserved, but she also felt that the time was up. What should she do? She would ask her mother when she got back and see what she had to say. I've always listened to her. Even if she asked me to do that, I'll just follow her wishes. He returned to the small courtyard. He spread the quilt on the floor and placed them on the bed one by one. There were simply too many people, and there was not enough space on the bed. He could only choose to place the girls on the bed first. As for the group of rough boys, a quilt was enough to cushion them. Wu Yuding, Zhuo Xiaonian, and Bai Yunduo were taking care of the girls. Outside, Zhuo Changlu and Lei Changtian were chatting while Zhuo Xiaoduo was working to take care of his fellow sufferers. Zhuo Xiaoduo took out his phone and took pictures of everyone's miserable faces. He laughed as he took pictures. These were all high-quality materials. Originally, he wanted to sneak in and take pictures of Gao Qiao, Wan Lixiu, and the others' miserable faces, but he was mercilessly suppressed by Wu Yuding and then thrown out by Zhuo Xiaonian. He sighed and fed each of them pills, and kicked them a few times while he was at it. He wanted to use the divine stone, but Zhuo Changlu grabbed him by the neck and spun him around. He was dazzled. Bastard, that's a good thing to use when saving lives. Now that their lives are not in danger, and there are people protecting them, what's wrong with recovering a little slower? This divine stone is a heaven-defying treasure that can instantly recover at a critical moment and turn the tables. Do you want to waste it like this? Zhuo Changlu really found it hard to understand his son's generosity. Wasn't this guy quite stingy before? Little did he know that although Zhuo Xiaoduo was stingy, compared to being stingy, Zhuo Xiaoduo was actually more afraid of trouble. Something that could be healed with the divine stone, but he, as the boss, had to wait on him for so long. How could there be such a logic in this world? At this moment, Dongfang Zhengyang came and landed in the courtyard hurriedly. Boss, I have something important to discuss with you. What is it? Zhuo Changlu's expression immediately became serious. He knew what kind of person Dongfang Zhengyang was. Dongfang Zhengyang was an expert in aura observation, and every word he said was accurate. However, it was also because of this that he knew the heavens the best. Outside of military matters, he was a man of few words, but every time he spoke, he would be accurate. Seeing that Dongfang Zhengyang was hesitating, Zhuo Changlu immediately disappeared with Dongfang Zhengyang and set up a soundproof enchantment. Boss, it looks like the heavenly Tao formation has already been activated. Dongfang Zhengyang said. I already know that. Zhuo Changlu nodded. So there's something I have to remind you of. Dongfang Zhengyang said, before June, Xiao Duo and the others must not break through to the Tao integration stage. What day is it now? These few days have been so blurry that I can't even tell the time. It's the 5th day of the 2nd lunar month, the 17th day of the 3rd lunar month. Dongfang Zhengyang said, according to the Gregorian calendar, the 20th day of the 5th lunar month is the day of extreme yang, and the dragon race for the heritage should also happen on that day. I've observed the heavenly Tao formation, and it should also happen on that day. And the variable that I foresee is Xiao Duo and the others. Before this time, Xiao Duo and the others are variables in the heavenly Tao formation, and they can be relied on to change the direction of the heavenly Tao formation. Now that the heavenly Tao has been set up, it is no longer a situation that we can rashly interfere with. If we forcefully interfere with the heavenly Tao and cause the established heavenly Tao to fail, it will definitely backfire on the heavenly Tao. The great Tao will be turbulent, and the demon race and other races that are drifting outside will follow this direction and return even faster. Based on this theory, everything must be done within the rules, and no one can overstep them. As such, Xiao Duo and the others naturally cannot break through to the Tao integration stage before the 20th day of the 5th lunar month. Otherwise, their status as variables in the heavenly Tao formation would not be valid. Dongfang Zhenyang sighed. Looking at the people in the courtyard who had just completed their heaven's tribulation, Dongfang Zhenyang did not expect himself to say something like this. Logically speaking, cultivators who had just broken through to the heavenly Tao integration stage would need at least 30 to 50 years of consolidation, 100 to 80 years of experience, and a few hundred to a few dozen years of training. Dream on. In fact, it was normal for one to not be able to break through to the Tao integration stage in 100, 200, or even 2,000 years. However, the dozen or so cultivators in front of him could not be judged by logic. One had to know that these little cultivators were only Khanate martial masters 2 to 3 years ago, and they had only cultivated for a few days. However, they had already broken through to the embryonic breathing core, nascent soul, cloud imperial spirit, mystic soul, and ascended to the heavens. Taking everything into account, it would only take a little more than 2 years. If one were to analyze it in detail, this was a terrifying and sensational thing. At least in Dongfang Zhenyang's opinion, it was not strange at all for them to break through to the Tao integration stage in 3 to 5 months. It was because of this concern that Dongfang Zhenyang was worried that if he did not warn them in advance, these little cultivators would be blessed with good fortune, and they would have plenty of high-quality resources. Furthermore, with Suoxiaodua's space-destroying tower, they would all have the conditions to improve rapidly. If they suddenly broke through to the Tao integration stage before the 20th day of the 5th lunar month, the situation would be very bad. If something went wrong, the heavenly Tao formation would only be able to watch as those who wanted to steal all the fortune in their hands. Zhuo Changlu also thought of this, and he said solemnly, "All right, I understand. I will tell Xiao Duo. Why don't you call him over? After all, Xiao Duo's aura divination technique is also." Dongfang Zhenyang said. Zhuo Changlu looked at Dongfang Zhenyang with a half-smile. Dongfang Zhenyang coughed and said, "I know that Xiao Duo was taught by He Yuanyue, the late principal of the second high school in Phoenix City, and his attainments are not shallow. However, I am confident that there is no one in this world who can compare to him in the Tao of aura divination." He. Zhuo Changlu smiled and said, "If that's the case, then I will have to trouble you, Brother Dongfang." You're welcome. Thank you, boss." Dongfang Zhenyang was very emotional. Zhuo Changlu's words were equivalent to giving him a huge karma. And this karma with Zhuo Xiaoduo was a very meaningful thing for Dongfang Zhenyang and the Dongfang family. As a Grand Master of aura divination, how could General Dongfang not understand the importance of this? Even though he was the one giving away his precious inheritance, he still had to thank Zhuo Changlu. Because Zhuo Changlu had promised him in the future. After a short while, Zhuo Xiaoduo arrived. Dongfang Zhenyang explained the situation to him again. Zhuo Xiaoduo furrowed his brows in deep thought before ascending into the sky with Dongfang Zhenyang. Not long after, the two of them descended from the sky. Dongfang Zhenyang asked, "How is it?" "It's fine." Zhuo Xiaoduo's brows furrowed slightly. "I don't think there's a need to deliberately slow down our cultivation speed." We can just cultivate normally. Not only that, we have to speed up. But Dongfang Zhengyang was just about to say something when he suddenly came to a realization. You're saying? That's right, if I'm not mistaken. Being in the heavenly Tao formation is equivalent to being in another world, a world without the laws of the heavenly Tao. No matter how hard we try, we won't be able to make a breakthrough. Uncle Dongfang, you're right to say that we're variables in the heavenly Tao formation. However, you're overestimating us if you say that we can quickly make a breakthrough to the Tao integration stage. Taking everything into consideration, I can basically conclude that the reason Li Chenglong and the others were able to transcend the heavenly tribulation together was not only because of human factors, but also because of the will of the heavens. In fact, they were able to successfully transcend the heavenly tribulation because the heavenly Tao made use of them to break through to the Tao integration stage. The explosion of energy formed the final link of the heavenly Tao formation. After they successfully broke through to the Tao integration stage, the heavenly Tao formation was also completed. It was the best of both worlds, but at the same time, there was an additional layer of hidden connection between them. As a result, with the heavenly Tao formation now in place, it's definitely impossible for Li Chenglong and the others to break through to the Tao integration stage. We have to wait until this formation is over before we can talk about what happens next. On the other hand, what I'm really concerned about. But what I can't be sure about is which wills of the heavenly Tao are behind this formation, and what the final direction of the formation is going to be. Zhuo Xiaoduo said, Uncle Dongfang's concerns are naturally reasonable, but you don't have to worry about us making a breakthrough in advance. Uncle Dongfang, you may not know this, but when the Phoenix Meridian Soul-Surging formation was in the past, Nian Cat clearly had the ability to break through the inherent bottleneck, but she was unable to do so. It wasn't because her cultivation was not high enough, nor was it because she didn't understand it. Instead, it was because she was in the formation. And the Destiny formation was suppressing her breakthrough. The third update is estimated to be around 9:00 at night. I'm writing quite slowly today, as I have to think about how to start this formation as soon as possible. That I originally wanted to write 2 updates, but everyone's understanding and support makes me feel embarrassed if I don't write more. Therefore, I'll do my best to repay your kindness. Chapter 1197. Actually, from a long-term perspective, the suppression from the Destiny Bureau that day made Nian Nian's foundation unprecedentedly stable. That time, I estimate that the Heavenly Tao Bureau suppressed her true yuan at least 50 times, which is far beyond that realm. At that time, the true yuan suppression she could endure was the limit. Based on this reason, we can do the opposite this round. Not only do we not slow down, but we can also help Li Chenglong and the others reach the peak of the Skysoar realm as soon as possible. With the Heavenly Fate Bureau suppressing their true energy, we won't waste it. We can strengthen our foundation as much as possible. Especially since the Heavenly Fate Bureau is helping us to suppress our true energy, we won't have to endure the pain of doing it ourselves. In other words, the earlier we do it, the stronger our foundation, the more benefits we will receive. Zhuo Xiaoduo said confidently. Zhuo Changlu didn't understand, so he looked at Dongfang Zhengyang and asked, is that so? Yes, Xiaoduo is right. I've overlooked something. Dongfang Zhengyang was speechless. In fact, Dongfang Zhengyang didn't really miscalculate. After all, he hadn't experienced the Phoenix Pulse Spirit Bureau, so he didn't know the exact effects of Zhuo Xiaonian. It was understandable that he didn't think of this. In fact, his original plan was the more mature one. However, Dongfang Zhengyang didn't expect Zhuo Xiaoduo to be so skilled that he could fix his mistakes. His heart couldn't help but warm up. Xiaoduo, your uncle Dongfang has just discussed with me. He wants to teach you everything he has learned from Qi observation. Zhuo Changlu smiled and said, this is the fruit of your uncle Dongfang's blood and sweat. Kowtow to your uncle Dongfang. Thank you, Uncle Dongfang. I'm flattered. Zhuo Xiaoduo was overjoyed when he heard this. Without another word, he immediately laid on the ground and kowtowed 3 times. He had always felt that he was lacking in the cultivation of the aura examination technique. Now that he had met a master, and one who was second to none in the world, he was naturally overjoyed. All right. Dongfang Zhenyang was so excited that his voice was trembling. He looked at Zhuo Changlu with gratitude before taking out the 9 jade pendants. This is my unique qi-gazing mantra, a cultivation method. This is the experience of some seniors in my sect. This is a personal letter from a master of astral souls. This is the summary of the experience of the Umno Alliance. This is the Tao Leagues. These are the aura-gazing methods I've collected. Some belong to the spirit race, some belong to the Yao race. This is... He handed them over to Zhuo Xiaoduo one by one and said with relief, with your foundation and cultivation, as long as you have these inheritances in your hands, you don't need me to teach you on the spot. You only need to see them and you will understand. However, when you have free time, you should try to understand more, especially the cases of many seniors on the Qi viewing case. You will have your own insights and improvements will be just around the corner. Zhuo Changlu was a little surprised. Dongfang, you seem to be in a hurry. It's not that I'm in a hurry, boss. Since the heavenly Tao has been set up, it will not allow people like us who can influence the situation to cause trouble here. Therefore, a lot of things will happen in the near future, and we can't stay in the capital. The heavenly Tao is like a knife. It's not just a saying. Therefore, if you want to set up a backup plan, you have to start now. That's reasonable. Zhuo Changlu was deep in thought. Li Chenglong and the others had been dealt with. Now, they just had to lie down and wait for them to wake up. There was nothing else to do for now. Lei Changtian and Bai Yun Duo were in charge of looking after them. Then, Zhuo Xiaonian and Zhuo Xiaoduo, who were flirting with each other, were carried into the room by Zhuo Changlu and his wife. Zhuo Changlu squeezed Zhuo Xiaoduo's neck, and Wu Yuding squeezed Zhuo Xiaonian's neck. The husband and wife looked as if one was carrying a cat and the other a dog. After they were carried into the room, they set up a soundproof barrier, making it seem like they were in a secret place. They casually made 2 small stools and let the 2 of them sit upright on them. Then, Chief Judge Zhuo and Chief Judge Wu began to interrogate the 2 of them. Tell us. Zhuo Changlu said sternly. Tell us what? Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian looked at each other. Their faces were full of confusion. They did not know what was going on and did not know why they were being interrogated. What was going on? Why were they being interrogated all of a sudden? Tell us what? Tell us about the things in your hands. Tell us, where did they come from? Did they fall from the sky? Wu Yuding glared at them. Her face was full of menace. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian actually shuddered at the same time. Their mother's power was still overwhelming. She was still the #1 threat in their lives that could not be ignored. Otherwise, how could she be the chief judge? Tell us. What exactly? Zhuo Xiaonian had already curled into a ball. She really didn't know where her mother's question came from, so she didn't know how to answer. Just tell us what we don't know. Even if you really tell us that they fell from the sky, it's fine as long as you tell us. Wu Yuding and Zhuo Changlu were very experienced in dealing with Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian. Although Zhuo Xiaonian was the older sister, she had always been the most cowardly one. She would turn into a quail as soon as she glared at them. As for Zhuo Xiaoduo, he had been much more thick-skinned since he was young. Basically, he would only confess the truth after being tortured. Therefore, every time they were interrogated together, Zhuo Xiaonian would be the breakthrough point. First, they would set an example. Then, Zhuo Xiaoduo would tell the truth. It had almost become a habit. Now that they were playing the same old tune again, it was still the same. It seemed that the trick was not new. As long as it worked, it was good. No matter how old the trick was, it was still habitual. Zhuo Xiaoduo's expression was still the same as before. He seemed to be confused, but in fact, he was stubbornly resisting and trying to come up with a countermeasure. However, Zhuo Xiaonian had already started to confess. I didn't get anything good. I only got an ice soul. It was the one that Xiao Duo won that day. But later, I swallowed hundreds of ancient ice souls and frost essence. It was an opportunity that I got when Duo brought me to Baishan City the last time. Wu Yuding and Zhuo Zhanglu had a calm look on their faces as if everything was under their control. However, they didn't know what to say in their hearts. I only got an ice soul. Later, I swallowed hundreds of ancient ice souls. Listen, listen, listen. Is this something that a human would say? If the ice abyss witch heard this, she would at least spit out a mouthful of blood. These two little guys did not realize what kind of opportunity they got at all. Also, Xiao Duo brought me and accidentally found the palace of the Azure Dragon Lord. Because of that, I got the inheritance of the Taiyin Fairy. Yes, Xiao Duo also got part of the inheritance of the Azure Dragon Lord. There were also some spiritual items, such as the honey of laurel. Zhuo Xiaonian was an honest girl. She honestly told them everything. And every few sentences, she would habitually mention, "Little Duo, take me." Therefore, the mastermind and accomplice of the two were clear at a glance. Zhuo Xiaoduo did not feel anything strange about this. It was mainly because he had experienced this too many times since he was young. He was already used to it. Usually, when the siblings did something wrong, Zhuo Xiaonian would always say, "Xiao Duo pulled me, then Xiao Duo told me to do it, then Xiao Duo." This kind of scapegoat had become a habit. It would be strange if Zhuo Xiaonian did not say this one day. She would wonder if Nian Nian was sick, had a fever, had a brain damage, or had been possessed and replaced by someone else. This situation continued until Zhuo Xiaonian became a cultivator and cultivated to the innate level. Only then did it improve. At that time, Zhuo Xiaoduo no longer had the ability to bring Zhuo Xiaonian to cause trouble. Fighting 5 scums with a cultivator who had entered the Dao, and was a high-level cultivator who was known as a genius. This combination was not appropriate at all. However, today, it was obvious that Zhuo Xiaoduo had regained his ability and qualifications. Therefore, the scapegoat was naturally placed on his back. Nothing else. Xiao Duo has been running to my room these days. Sometimes, he kisses. Touches. Ha. Cough. 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 That's all. Zhuo Xiaonian hurriedly covered her mouth. Her face was red from embarrassment. Under Wu Yuding's pressure, Zhuo Xiaonian habitually confessed everything. She told them everything that she should not say. She almost told them how Zhuo Xiaoduo had taken advantage of her. Although she stopped in time to stop the damage, she was so embarrassed that she almost wanted to crawl into a hole. Wu Yuding and Zhuo Changlu looked at each other. They did not know whether to laugh or cry. This girl was too honest. They had already decided to give her to Xiao Duo. If she was betrothed to someone else, how could the old couple be at ease? Well, little puppy, this guy is a troublemaker. How could they be at ease when they decided to give her to him? Sigh, children are all debts. If you give birth to a child at 100 years old, you will have to worry for 99 years. Once you have a child, you have to accept your fate. Fuck. What are the two of us thinking about? Is this the time to think about these minor details? What about you? Zhuo Xiaonian quickly finished talking, and it was Zhuo Xiaoduo's turn. This was a lazy guy, an oily loach, a well-tempered troublemaker, or a copper pea who had no taboos. In short, he was not easy to deal with. As long as they could not suppress him, they would not be able to get a word of truth out of him. I have nothing to say. Didn't Sister Nian say everything that should be said and should not be said? What else do I have to say? Zhuo Xiaoduo looked honest and said in an innocent tone. Huh? Are you sure? I'm sure. Are you sure? Ah. Zhuo Xiaoduo was a little hesitant. Why did it seem like he had really grasped something? Hence, he was terrified. Be honest and speak. Actually, it's nothing much. It's just that I obtained something from the Azure Dragon Sage. Nian Nian doesn't recognize it, but it seems to be a part of the creation disk. But I haven't fused with it yet, so I wanted to try it after I flew. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked calm on the surface, but he was actually very confused on the inside. He could only choose something that he thought was not very important. Or rather, something that Zhuo Xiaonian had already exposed. Chapter 1198. Based on Zhuo Xiaoduo's understanding of his parents, they must have known something. That was why they decided to put him on trial. But the problem was what exactly do you two want me to say? This is how the Public Security Bureau deals with criminals. They don't ask you anything and make you explain yourself first. How would I know what to explain and what not to explain? Do you think I'm so easy to scare like Nian Mao? This creation plate came from the same place as the Azure Dragon Temple that Nian Mao had told him about. Zhuo Xiaoduo felt that this shouldn't be anything special. Therefore, he threw out the first item. Hiss. There was indeed a new discovery. Creation plate. Zhuo Zhanglu sucked in a cold breath as he deployed another layer of soundproof barrier. A corner. Why is there a corner of this thing? Take it out and let me see. This is it. Zhuo Xiaoduo took out the corner of the creation plate that he had obtained from the Azure Dragon Temple and handed it to Zhuo Changlu. Zhuo Changlu and his wife were shocked and speechless. We originally wanted to ask him what those things that had appeared when he was transcending the tribulation were. But before we could even begin to explain, he took the initiative to give us a creation plate. This was a completely unexpected hobby. We thought that you had already integrated the creation plate into your divine soul. That's why you had that mysterious idea and supernatural power. In the end, you actually obtained another corner. Didn't that mean that this was simply turning the world upside down, okay? Holding it in their hands, the couple looked back and forth and communicated with each other through telepathy. It was the creation plate. The couple had been searching for this thing for tens of thousands of years. Or rather, the entire human race in the astral souls had been searching for this thing for tens of thousands of years. They all knew that this thing existed, maybe, probably. But they didn't know what it was used for. Now, Zhuo Xiaoduo had thrown out a corner as if it were a glass ball. Feeling the boundless and mysterious aura inside, Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding were certain at first glance that this was definitely not fake. Because the profound aura of the heavenly Tao within it was absolutely impossible to fake. After watching for a long time, even Zhuo Changlu faintly felt that his path of the great Tao was a little shocking. The shock caused Zhuo Zhanglu's heart to shudder. Wu Yuding felt the same way. The two of them looked at each other, their eyes solemn. His path of the great Tao was shocking. This meant that his path of the great Tao was still lacking compared to the path of the great Tao of the creation plate. This in itself was a huge flaw. The creation plate contained 3,000 great Taos. Legend had it that among the 3,000 great Taos of the creation disk, there was a perfect great Tao hidden. Even the Tao ancestor had not discovered this great Tao. By the time the Tao ancestor wanted to seriously comprehend it, the creation disk had already shattered. Now, the legendary boundless great Tao seemed to be right in front of him. Zhuo Changlu closed his eyes and steadied his mind. Wu Yuding also closed her eyes and steadied her mind. The husband and wife both had the same thought. Their son had already embarked on this path of great opportunity. As his parents, how could they snatch it from their son? Therefore, the two of them had to give it up. Give it to Xiaoduo. Wu Yuding opened her eyes and stared at Zhuo Changlu. Give it to our son. Zhuo Changlu opened his eyes and looked at his wife with determination. Then the two of them smiled at each other. Then they handed the creation plate back. It had been in Zhuo Xiaoduo's hand. Put it away. From now on, this thing can't be seen by anyone, including the two of us and your sister Nian. From now on, this matter can't be known by anyone. Do you understand? The two of them looked extremely serious at the same time. The fact that their son could directly take out something related to the Great Tao really made his biological parents feel a little shocked. But this kid was so stupid to take it out like that. They weren't his parents, were they? That they had to remind him. When your soul is complete, the two of us will watch you fuse and protect you, Wu Yuding said seriously. This was a big matter. They couldn't be careless. Okay. Zhuo Xiaoduo saw his parents' extremely serious expressions and was a little puzzled, but he still obediently put it away. He thought to himself, this is nothing. There are still 3 corners waiting for me to take back. Actually, this is just a prop. I don't even think of it as something good. It's just a corner. What's so good about it? Zhuo Xiaoduo was very disdainful in his heart. We have plenty of this thing. Seeing Zhuo Xiaoduo put it away carefully, Zhuo Changlu and his wife were finally relieved. They heaved a sigh of relief. Then Wu Yuding said lightly, by the way, who told you that? This corner of the creation plate can only be fused after reaching the sky realm? This meant that Zhuo Xiaoduo had also shown it to others. This was a hidden danger. They had to ask clearly. And that person actually didn't snatch it. That means he's definitely our staunch ally. They had to ask clearly. Ah, this. Zhuo Xiaoduo coughed. Indeed, the more one talks, the more mistakes one makes. This time, Elder Wan was definitely going to be exposed. It's a little long story. The last time I was brought to the Umno Alliance by Grandpa, I received Zhu Wu Zhu Rong's inheritance by chance and was teleported to a place called the Heavenly Spirit Forest. What the hell? You received Zhu Wu Zhu Rong's inheritance by chance? You received Zhu Wu's inheritance, the Lord of all Flames, Fire God Zhu Rong's inheritance? Zhuo Changlu asked, which aspect? You were too vague last time and didn't ask in detail. Zhuo Xiaoduo slapped his head. Indeed, the more he spoke, the more he was wrong. The more he spoke, the more he would expose himself. His parents' brains weren't made of wood. He only gave them a few clues, and then they pulled out a huge truck. It seemed like his background was going to be dug up completely. The so-called inheritance is probably the elemental fire art, and Zhu Rong's true fire. And so on. Since his parents weren't outsiders, Zhuo Xiaoduo explained everything in detail. Halfway through, Wu Yuding had already flown into a rage several times, wanting to go out and beat Lei Changtian up. Even if she couldn't beat him up, she would at least go out and give him a good scolding. No, at least 2 or 3 scoldings. I never expected that the last time this old guy brought my son to the Umno Alliance, there were so many unforeseen events. After experiencing so many things, it was as if he was wandering around the gates of hell every moment. How could a grandfather be like this? I'm going to die from anger. Although my son received a lot of benefits because of this, and obtained a lot of things that he couldn't even dream of, but that old guy still needs to be taught a lesson. And then what? When you were going through the tribulation. Those grasshoppers. What happened? Was it the backup that Elder Wan gave you? Wu Yuding asked. Yes, it was that Elder Wan. In fact, he gave me a lot of good things. Zhuo Xiaoduo hurriedly grabbed a handful of seeds. Dad, Mom, these are the seeds of a kind of spirit vine. As long as you plant them with a spirit gathering array, 2 or 3 of them can grow into a villa on their own. Even the main body, courtyard walls, furniture, etc. Everything can grow into the way you want it to grow. This thing is great. In the future, when our family lives in seclusion, it'll be useful. And after it grows, it can automatically absorb spiritual energy to assist in cultivation. Even Zhuo Zhanglu and Wu Yuding, who had seen a lot of things, couldn't help but be stunned when they saw so many good things in front of them. That Elder Wan is so generous. He gave you so many at once. Wu Yuding looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo's hands. There were at least 200 or 300 seeds, right? This master of the spirit clan was so generous. These were legendary good things. How could he give so many at once to his son? Just one. Zhuo Xiaoduo stared blankly and said, "This is nothing. Elder Wan gave me a huge sack in one go. Just based on the amount, it should be at least a few 100,000, right? Hearing this number, Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding felt dizzy. Did he give you all of his family's wealth? Why did he find you so pleasing to the eye? Little dog, tell me the truth. Does that Elder Wan have a granddaughter or something? Does he want you to be his grandson-in-law or something?" Wu Yuding asked a little strangely. Zhuo Xiaonian suddenly widened her eyes. "Mom, you have to make it clear." She immediately turned her head and glared at Zhuo Xiaoduo. A pair of small canine teeth faintly showed. "Little dog, you have to be careful with what you say." "What? Mom, what are you thinking? Elder Wan is all alone. He doesn't even have a son or daughter. How can he have a granddaughter? He just likes me. If he really has something else, I won't do it. Just for this little thing, I won't sell myself." Zhuo Xiaoduo felt wronged. Feeling Zhuo Xiaonian's fierce gaze, he felt cold all over and hurriedly tried to prove his innocence. "Just this little thing. How dare you say that? These seeds that Elder Wan gave you, I don't dare to say that more than 90% of the practitioners in the 3 continents would cry and beg to be related to him." "Ah, is it necessary? Let me tell you, boy, is it necessary? Even your father and I can't afford such a big gift. Do you think it's necessary? Ha! Doesn't this prove that your son's character is good? Really? Really? Don't you have any other conditions?" Wu Yuding asked step by step. Because this was really too big of a matter. With such heavy karma, if he said that he didn't ask for anything, wouldn't he be lying? Therefore, although Zhuo Xiaoduo denied it many times, Wu Yuding still didn't believe it. This was absolutely impossible. Even if the ancestral lord gave you so many things, he must have a request. Otherwise, why would he give it to you? Although I admit that you are handsome, what benefits do you get from being handsome other than making your mother proud and your wife feel threatened? Didn't you see that Feng Ling who wrote the novel? Because he was handsome, he didn't even have a secret stash now. Zhuo Xiaoduo thought for a long time before saying, "It's not that Elder One doesn't have a request, but that request. I don't think I can fulfill it." "What request?" Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding stopped at the same time and focused. Zhuo Xiaoduo might not understand such a request, but how could the two of them not understand? Chapter 1199. Elder Wan said that if one day I can rule the world, he hopes that I can let the Ling clan live. That's probably what he meant, right? Zhuo Xiaoduo said with uncertainty. Thinking of this condition, Zhuo Xiaoduo actually still felt that it was a little ridiculous. How high did he think of him? "Are you sure?" Zhuo Changlu and his wife's eyes bulged as they asked at the same time. Zhuo Xiaoduo racked his brains again and finally said, "I'm sure." "Are you sure?" The fate of an entire clan. This time, not only Wu Yuding, but also Zhuo Changlu's face turned pale. Both of them felt as if the sky had collapsed. "I'm sure, that's what he said." Zhuo Xiaoduo nodded, a little confused. He deeply felt that his parents were making a mountain out of a molehill. It was not a big deal. Your son did not even have the confidence to reach that level. Son. Wu Yuding covered her face with both hands and rubbed her temples with her fingers a few times. She said weakly. "You're really bold. The fate of an entire clan." Zhuo Changlu sighed deeply. For a moment, the two of them felt powerless to complain. "Damn it, it's our blessing to have such an idiotic son." He agreed to the fate of an entire clan in a muddle-headed way. Where did his confidence come from? This is not a big deal, right? Zhuo Xiaoduo was a little uneasy. What do you think? I don't think it's a big deal. If I can't reach that level, this agreement is as good as nothing, right? Yes. But if I really reach that level, this kind of thing can be done with just a word from me, right? Zhuo Xiaoduo said complacently. Wu Yuding and Zhuo Changlu looked at each other. There was nothing wrong with the little dog's thinking. But son, you seem to have overlooked too much. You only saw the result, but not the process. Zhuo Changlu asked, what if you don't know if you can reach that level in the future, and the spirit clan is destroyed? What will you do? If the spirit race continues to face such a crisis, what will you do? Wu Yuding asked. If you give up on rescuing him, what if you end up in that situation in the future? Can you bear the karma of an entire race? If you don't give up, how many lives and sacrifices will you have to make to fulfill this promise of yours? What if you still can't reach that realm after everyone sacrifices themselves? There are too many things going on here. You think too simply. Wu Yuding sighed and tapped Zhuo Xiaoduo's forehead. You've promised the karma of an entire race. If you don't understand, you can imagine if the fate of the entire astral souls rests on your shoulders. If you say that you don't care, tens of billions of people will die. If you say that you care, tens of billions of people will live. Think about it, how big of a karma is this? Zhuo Xiaoduo was stunned. Is it that serious? It is that serious. Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding nodded at the same time. Then, they saw Zhuo Xiaoduo scratching his head and saying helplessly, but I've already promised, what can I do? This sentence made the whole family speechless. Yes, no matter how serious the consequences are, he has already promised. What can you do? Then you can only bear with it, bear with it. Zhuo Changlu said speechlessly. Isn't that it? Wait for things to happen. What's the big deal? Zhuo Xiaoduo said. Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding were speechless. They looked at each other and felt the difference in their thinking. Is this the generation gap? Have the young people's thinking become to take one step at a time and cross the bridge when the time comes? And our thinking of preparing for a rainy day is outdated? The husband and wife were stunned for a while before they recovered. Suddenly, they felt dispirited. Forget it, what else? There's also. Zhuo Xiaoduo called Yan Shixi out. A mass of black fog with monstrous demonic flames came and went. This is. Zhuo Changlu frowned, the god-slaying spear. Dad, you're really knowledgeable. Zhuo Xiaoduo was immediately impressed. It's really the god-slaying spear. Although they were mentally prepared, the two were still stunned. The legendary god-slaying spear. Is this it? This is not the complete god-slaying spear. Zhuo Xiaoduo explained the ins and outs. Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding finally understood and couldn't help but click their tongues in wonder. There was actually such a thing. This is a great opportunity. Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding felt that this was karma with the demon ancestor and the demon race, but this was equivalent to increasing their son's strength. It was a blessing. After the shock of the creation plate, they were not so shocked about the god-slaying spear. The two actually felt that it was just so. But this is the world-famous god-slaying spear, and in my heart, it's just so. Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding both felt that their thoughts were a little too awesome. When did I become so indifferent? I don't even care about the god-slaying spear. Why didn't I know? What else? Wu Yuding said gracefully. Zhuo Xiaoduo thought for a while and called Xiao out. Xiao had already recovered, and the black fur all over her body glowed faintly with a golden light. She was very lively as she jumped around on the ground. Mama. Ahem. Zhuo Xiaoduo coughed and pointed at his parents. This is Grandpa, this is Grandma. Xiao darted into Zhuo Xiaoduo's arms with a whoosh and looked out furtively. Grandpa. Grandma. Zhuo Xiaonian said angrily, then what am I? Zhuo Xiaoduo scratched his head and said, your daddy. Zhuo Xiaonian was successfully stunned. Under Zhuo Xiaoduo's urging, Xiao shyly came out to greet her parents. Hello, Grandpa, Grandma. Zhuo Chenglu and Wu Yuding were dumbfounded and pale. Their 4 eyes were wide open. Grandpa. Grandma. We leveled up just like that. Xiao Duo is Mama, then aren't we Grandpa and Grandma? Why is Xiao Duo Mama? Not Daddy. That's not right. But we leveled up. We really don't dare to level up like that. Zhuo Zhanglu and Wu Yuding might be peerless existences in the world, and they might be the most daring people in the world, but they still wouldn't dare to accept the greetings of Grandpa and Grandma. If I didn't guess wrongly, this person should be the legendary 7th Prince of the Demon Emperor Majesty. Although he should be reborn now, his roots were still there. Even if he reincarnated 100,000 times, he was still the 7th Prince of the Demon King. Other things aside. If they agreed to call them Grandpa and Grandma, what should the Demon King, Demon Empress, and Dong Huang call them when they see them in the future? The Demon King's son would call them Grandpa and Grandma. Oh, my God. This was a damned karma that could take one's life. Zhuo Chenglu's lips twitched and he couldn't help but scratch his head. No matter how daring I am, I definitely don't dare to let the Demon King call me Daddy. Xiao timidly plucked up her courage and called them Grandpa and Grandma. She looked and waited expectantly. However, Wu Yuding and Zhuo Chenglu didn't speak for a long time. Xiao suddenly felt inferior. She lowered her head in disappointment and grievance. Tears flashed in her eyes. Mommy, Grandpa and Grandma don't like me. How can that be? Zhuo Xiaoduo was stunned. What was their reaction? Why weren't they responding? Who said they don't like you? Wu Yuding quickly reacted and hugged Xiao in her arms. She laughed and said, I thought I would only be promoted after a few years. I didn't expect to become a grandma now. Good child, good child. Xiao instantly became happy. Zhuo Chenglu also smiled and said, Grandpa is so happy that he suddenly has a grandson. Ha! He also thought it through. Zhuo Xiaoduo had already accepted this karma. As parents, they were already involved in this karma. They couldn't escape. Since they couldn't escape, they had to face it bravely. Demon King. So what? I am the Sky Inspecting Minister, the #1 person in the Astral Souls continent. My status is not inferior to him, the Demon King. I can't defeat him. But... my seniority is higher. Zhuo Chenglu searched through his spatial ring and found 2 heavenly fire essences. Each of them was the size of a human head. They were a gift from his grandparents. This was something that the husband and wife had obtained by chance. Originally, they wanted to give it to Zhuo Xiaoduo after he broke through to the Sky Soar realm. But now, they could only take out 2 of them and give them to their grandson. Thank you, Grandpa. Thank you, Grandma. Xiao was so excited that she jumped around. She was so excited that she almost laughed out loud. Dad, Mom, what about me? Zhuo Xiaoduo looked enviously and couldn't help but stretch out his hand. You? Zhuo Chenglu's face twisted. This is a gift for our grandson. Why do you want one too? How can there be such a logic in this world? But I am your son. Zhuo Xiaoduo said confidently, up until now, I haven't enjoyed even a little bit of the benefits of being the 2nd generation. My heart is so cold. Alright. Zhuo Chenglu and Wu Yuding took out the remaining 4 pieces. You can have them all. Is that enough? Can you stop acting pitiful? I can't bear to see it. It's too fake. Ha ha ha. The 2nd generation is so lucky. Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Mom. Zhuo Xiaoduo kept them and beamed. Then, He turned to Xiao and said, "Give your 2 pieces to mommy for safekeeping." "There's such a thing?" Wu Yuting was stunned. "This guy is so familiar with my methods." "Thank you, mommy." Xiao happily offered them. "Oh, it's great that mommy is willing to safekeep them for me." Wu Yuting was speechless. This 3-legged grandson seemed a little silly. When she turned around, she saw Zhuo Xiaonian pouting and looking at her husband and wife. 3 words were clearly written in her eyes: "I want them too." All right. Wu Yuting and Zhuo Changlu had no choice but to take out their spatial rings again and rolled their eyes. "Here are 4 pieces of heavenly aqua mysterious ice. For you, the promoted father." Chapter 1200. Zhuo Xiaoduo laughed heartily. Zhuo Xiaonian finally beamed with delight. "Thank you, Dad and Mom." She quickly put it away, then glanced at Zhuo Xiaoduo and snorted proudly. "Did you see that? I have one too." Zhuo Xiaoduo rolled his eyes and said, "Silly girl, you've been promoted to be a father. That means you're mine. Dad and Mom are playing with the left hand to the right hand. The goodies will never fall into the hands of outsiders. Even if they give it to you, it's still given to our family. It's equivalent to giving it to me. You're so proud that your tail is wagging so high. It's none of your business. Anyway, I have one too. Dad and Mom have me in their hearts." Zhuo Xiaonian snorted. "So what if I've been promoted to be a father? Dad and Mom have given me a position. I'm your man." Zhuo Xiaoduo was speechless when he saw the unprecedentedly valiant Nian cat who actually wanted to be his man. "Since when did I become a woman? Isn't this a reversal of the universe?" Just as he was about to speak, Wu Yuting smacked him on the head. "Hurry up and continue. Don't look around and waste time. Don't you know that time is precious?" Xiao was being held in Wu Yuting's arms at this moment, and she was being pampered in every possible way. Wu Yuting's mood at this moment was very strange. "I have a grandson now, although he's a crow. But the feeling of holding him in my arms is pretty good too. Well, because of this crow grandson, I seem to have another pair of children. My son is a mother now. Thinking of her son and son-in-law. Oh my God, why is my family's relationship so messed up?" Next, it was the Huang sword's turn to appear. As it appeared, Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuting actually stood up and bowed to it, which was rare for them. Empress was achievement of mending the sky had benefited the entire human race. In the face of Empress was personal weapon, even the 2 of them did not dare to neglect it and gave it a very high courtesy. The sword of Empress Enviwa returned the favor by slightly bending its body and vibrating thrice as a response. Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuting were not only the top of the human race, but also the great heroes who saved the astral souls from being enslaved by other races. In the face of such figures, even the Huang sword, who thought highly of himself and looked down upon everyone else, did not dare to be negligent and was very respectful. After that, Zhu Rong was so angry that he refused to come out. But it was not a big deal. Zhuo Changlu knew about the existence of the real fire, so they did not force it. How could they communicate with a ball of fire? Therefore, it was better to avoid it. After that, it was naturally Little White and Little Jiu's turn to appear. For the first time, these 2 little incarnations turned into a little girl and a little boy the size of a finger. They bounced out. "Mama!" The 2 little ones let out a clear cry. Zhuo Xiaonian's face became darker and darker. She fiercely pinched Zhuo Xiaoduo and said angrily, "Damn it! You secretly gave birth to so many children by yourself. Not only do you have birds, but you also have a boy and a girl. You have both sons and daughters." Zhuo Xiaoduo rubbed his thighs, speechless. He wanted to say something, but he could not. How could I give birth to these children? Do I have that ability? These 2 are. Wu Yuting liked them very much, so she and Zhuo Changlu began to look through the rings again. Fortunately, he and his wife had accumulated quite a bit of wealth over the years, and their pockets were still quite rich. Otherwise, if little Duo were to bring out groups of people, ordinary grandparents would not be able to afford such a high-class greeting gift. After paying Bai and Jiu, Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian also eagerly reached out their hands. Zhuo Changlu and his wife were speechless, so they gave them another round. Why do I feel that my title of 1 meter higher sky is becoming more and more undeserved? Zhuo Changlu was a little disappointed. You still want to be 1 meter higher sky with your own son? Wu Yuding held Bai and Jiu in her hands. The more she looked at them, the more she liked them. These two children were so delicate. If only they could be bigger. It seemed to have sensed what Wu Yuding was thinking. Bai and Jiu instantly grew in size, and in the blink of an eye, they grew to the size of a normal baby. Bai was wearing a white dress, flying back and forth happily like a little angel. Jiu was wearing a red dudu, flying with Bai. Their crisp laughter spread all the way. Oh! Stop flying. My eyes are playing tricks on me. Wu Yuding was so happy that she couldn't close her mouth. She couldn't help but ask, Xiao Duo, where did you get these two adorable children? When she asked this question, Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding were both praying in their hearts, please don't get those two gourds. Please don't. Even if they do, please don't be what we think. It was also a coincidence. A gourd vine entrusted them to me. Zhuo Xiaoduo's words mercilessly interrupted Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding's slight hope. Their fantasies instantly turned into bubbles. Then, look at these two Xiao Duo. They are so cute, how could I not bring them out? Moreover, they are absolutely good babies. They will be a great help to me, Zhuo Xiaoduo said. Mama. We are not good babies, we are good children. Bai pouted and cried in grievance. She began to act coquettishly. Okay, yes, you are good children. Zhuo Xiaoduo hurriedly corrected himself. He had a motherly smile on his face, which was very affectionate. Zhuo Changlu's expression became very serious. Wu Yuding's face also stiffened. This. You didn't promise anything, did you? Wu Yuding asked cautiously. Don't you know me? Do you think I would casually promise something big? Zhuo Xiaoduo replied casually, I think about everything carefully. That's good, that's good. Wu Yuding patted her chest and finally felt relieved. I did promise that calabash vine. If there is an opportunity, I will definitely bring them and their 7 brothers and sisters together with their families. I will satisfy the old calabash vine's wish and that will be it. Everyone will be happy and reunited. It is just a small matter. It is not worth mentioning. It is just a small matter. Zhuo Xiaoduo laughed and waved his hand generously. It is not worth mentioning, ... At this moment, Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding were lucky that they did not drink tea. Otherwise, they would have splashed tea all over Zhuo Xiaoduo's face. Even so, their bodies still stiffened. Their 4 eyes looked at their son, who had a heroic look on his face. He waved his hand and said that it was a small matter. They felt as if 1 billion alpacas were galloping in their hearts. In an instant, the whole world was filled with alpacas. What was this small matter worth mentioning? Even if the 9 continents were added together, it did not seem to be as important as this matter. What kind of terrifying karma was this? You agreed just like that? You agreed so easily and confidently? Wu Yuding looked at her son with a hint of despair in her eyes. It is just a small matter. It is not worth mentioning. Zhuo Xiaoduo laughed and said, why can't I agree? It is just a gathering for a few calabashes. I did not say that all of them must gather. It is fine to meet one every few days. Mom, are you okay? Wu Yuding rolled her eyes and collapsed on the sofa. Her face was pale, her breathing was rapid, her body was stiff, and she was sweating profusely that I do not want to live anymore. How did this old lady raise such a troublemaking demoness? It is fine that you are causing trouble in the astral souls continent, but you even went to the No Alliance. You even provoked the demon race and the elf race. If that is all. It is still, it is fine. But you actually agreed to this big matter that no one has dared to agree to since the beginning of time. They did not even dare to think about it. You want to reunite all of the calabashes and gather all of them? Even if it is just meeting one every few days, it is not something that can be done, okay? Wu Yuding closed her eyes. I am afraid that before these calabashes meet, our whole family will be reunited in the underworld. My son. She heard two tender voices calling in her ears, Grandma, Grandma, what happened to you? After hearing these two voices, Wu Yuding suddenly regained her courage. No matter what, she still needed to help her son. How could she be so desperate now? How could she carry on then? Besides, as long as she practiced hard, the sage may not be undefeatable. She had even gone through the difficult cultivation experience of transforming into a mortal dust. When she thought of this, Wu Yuding felt extremely guilty, but she still forced herself to sit up. Looking at Zhou Xiaoduo, she finally couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Damn, you're really mother's good son. Mother was able to give birth to a son like you in this life. In her previous life. How many sins did she commit? Zhou Changlu said unhappily, what are you talking about? What do you mean by previous life? He sighed and said, it should be the accumulation of karma for countless lifetimes. Even the ancestral graves are smoking. The interrogation that father and mother Zhou presided over was so shocked by the appearance of Bai and Jiu that they could not continue. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaonian were surprised and even more confused. To the young couple's knowledge, their parents were comfortable people who did not have to worry about anything. Even if they had the halo of the minister inspecting sky and the minister's wife, it was only an additional identity of a cultivator who had reached a high level in the Tao. In this world, there should not be anyone or anything that could move them so much, to the point of losing their composure like this. Seeing that his parents had entered the room to discuss matters, Zhou Xiaoduo did not pick up the three little ones. He let them run around in the yard. Then, he turned around and stared at Zhou Xiaonian. It seems that Mom and Dad are so happy to see three grandchildren at once that they are a little out of place. Zhou Xiaoduo said. Ha ha ha. Zhou Xiaonian was as cold as ice. She said with a straight face, you are so good at giving birth. Hee hee. What are you talking about? Is this something you should say as a father? Moreover, although they are quite good, they are not as good as you. You are the one who gave birth to our children. Zhou Xiaoduo said with a drooling face. What nonsense are you talking about? Zhou Xiaonian was embarrassed, anxious, and embarrassed. Who wants to give birth to your children? You give birth to mine. I don't want to give birth to yours. 10 is enough. I don't want to have so many children for a football team. No, that's too many. Do you think you are giving birth to piglets? 8, no less than that. No. 6 is enough, right? This time, it really can't be less. It's still too many. Then I will take a big step back. At least 2, 1 boy and 1 girl. This is already my bottom line. Don't step on my bottom line again and again. 2. This can still be considered. Waha. You agreed. Bah, I didn't agree. I didn't. You are bullying me. Chapter 1201. Zhou Xiaonian was so embarrassed that she turned and ran away. Zhou Xiaoduo naturally chased after her. They laughed all the way. Then, the three little ones, Bai, Jiu, and Xiao, started running behind Zhou Xiaoduo. Zhuo Xiaoduo chased after Zhuo Xiaonian, and Zhuo Xiaonian fled all over the place, leaving a trail of tails behind her. Lei Changtian and Bai Yunduo watched and couldn't help but sigh. It's good to be young. At this moment, Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian, who were playing around, didn't know how worried their parents were. They only cared about having fun. The minister inspector and the minister's wife, the two big shots, sat down in the room. They felt weak all over, as if their bodies had been sucked dry. They didn't speak for a long time. Our son is obviously here to collect debts. He really has your genes. He provokes wherever he can't. After provoking, he doesn't take it seriously. He's a typical example of fearless ignorance. Wu Yuding slumped on the chair and said weakly, but with the things he has done, we can't handle it with just these two old bones. Zhuo Changlu was also a little annoyed. He said, we have to do it even if we can't. After all, we gave birth to him. Let's think about who we'll be facing. Wu Yuding murmured, I feel weak every time I think about it. There aren't many people. Zhuo Changlu said, we'll only be facing the legendary Dao ancestor, the three pure ones, Demon Emperor Jun, and Azura ancestor Mingi. After that, it'll be Her Majesty Empress Hua. Right. If the legends are right. Zhuo Changlu sighed and said, at most, we'll only have to deal with the 7 people mentioned above. Ha ha ha. That's all. Wu Yuding rolled her eyes, Your Excellency Minister, your heart is really big. It's so big that I have a whole new level of respect for you. Zhuo Changlu shrugged, what can I do if I'm not ambitious enough? The trouble has already been brought back by your son. Are you not going to take the blame? Is that okay? Wu Yuding pulled a long face and said, anyway, I can't help it. I gave birth to him. I can't do anything about it. I gave birth to her. Sigh. The others are a bit stronger. Especially Her Majesty Empress Hua. She might be easy to talk to. After all, the Huahuang sword is in Duoduo's hands. So, there should be some kinship. The most difficult one should be Her Majesty Demon Empress. Wu Yuding thought about it and became extremely melancholy. We turned his son into our grandson, and we still have to ask him for a gourd. This. Zhuo Changlu also felt that this was the most difficult one. He paused and thought for a while. Then, he rubbed his hands and said, if Her Majesty Demon Empress is willing, she can also let Xiao Duo worship her as a godfather or something. Wouldn't that make up for the seniority? Wu Yuding rolled her eyes, do you think that these peak experts are all stupid like Flood? The two of them discussed for a long time, but they still felt helpless. The two of them were still in melancholy when they suddenly saw Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian rushing in. Dad, Mom. What's the matter? Zhuo Changlu's face darkened, why didn't you knock on the door before rushing in? Where are your manners? He he he. Zhuo Xiaoduo scratched his head and laughed foolishly, I thought of something, and I feel that it's necessary to tell you too. What's the big deal? Why are you in such a hurry? Wu Yuding's face darkened when she heard the word old. Her eyes were very unfriendly. Aside from causing trouble, this brat actually thinks that my mom is old? She suddenly wanted to beat him up. I still have something to tell you. It's not a big deal, but it's not a small one either. Zhuo Xiaoduo said. What's the matter? Say it. Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding instinctively sat up straight. They actually looked a little nervous. The dignified heaven-inspecting minister couple, whose temperament had been tempered for countless years, had been ruined by their son in just a few days. Now, they were about to become birds that were startled by the twang of a bow. Since this brat said that it was not a big deal, but it was not a small one either, then it was definitely not a small matter. After hearing about the reunion of the calabash and the wish of a family reunion, the two of them were exceptionally fragile. It's not a bad thing, Zhuo Xiaoduo said proudly, I forgot to give you something. What good thing? Zhou Xiaoduo laughed and took out the huge piece of heaven-mending stone from the spatial extermination pagoda. This was a complete piece. It was the size of a human head, perfectly round, and faintly glowing with a 5-colored halo. Zhou Changlu's eyes turned solemn, and he said coldly, "Stop." However, the moment Zhou Xiaoduo took out the heaven-mending stone, his newly promoted fairy cultivation erupted for the first time. With a crisp crack, the 5-colored heaven-mending jade in his hand was broken into many pieces. Each piece was the size of a baby's fist. It was divided into 24 pieces, 24 equal parts. Although he had just advanced, his control of his strength was still very good. Zhou Zhanglu and Wu Yuding, the couple, stood up in shock after witnessing such a tragic scene with their own eyes. Looking at the broken heaven-mending jade, they only felt their minds go blank. This legendary divine item, a super treasure that could heal any kind of injury, a treasure that could instantly replenish one's vitality, was broken by Zhou Xiaoduo just like that. "What are you doing?" Wu Yuding was so heartbroken that she could not breathe. Her eyes were red. Zhou Changlu was also furious. He rubbed his fists and was eager to give it a try. It was obvious that he was about to lose control of his temper and give this prodigal son a good beating. He had to give him a good beating with his fists. I didn't do anything." Zhou Xiaoduo jumped in fright and said in horror, "I just feel that we are often not together. This thing. You and my mother each carry a piece with you, and each of us also keep a piece with us in case of emergencies. This good thing is for us to use." His anger instantly disappeared. The husband and wife stood there in a daze. At that moment, they only felt a warm feeling in their hearts. "So, our son was worried about us and gave us treasures. But you didn't have to break it." Wu Yuding felt so warm that she wanted to cry, but at the same time, she was also heartbroken. She said, "Isn't there a small piece? That piece doesn't have much internal energy left. How is it enough?" Zhou Xiaoduo pulled his mother's hand over and placed 2 pieces of heaven-nourishing jade on it. He said, "These 2 pieces, you and my father each have one. Nian Nianmao, you take one too. This thing can save your life. It's very useful for prolonging your life. It's also very durable." Zhou Xiaoduo also placed 1 piece in Zhou Xiaonian's hand. Then, he thought for a while and took out 10 pieces. Also, senior brother and senior sister, grandpa, and others. "Father, you can divide them as you see fit." Zhou Changlu took a deep breath and said, "How can we use so many? This is heaven-nourishing jade. Do you want everyone to have one? Since I'm giving it to you, it's yours. You can divide it as you see fit." "Then, I still have 11 pieces in my hand. It's enough." Zhou Xiaoduo put the rest into the space of the Tower of Annihilation. 10 pieces were buried under the mountains, and 1 piece was placed in the space ring in case of emergency. After the distribution, Zhou Xiaoduo clapped his hands and said with a smile, "Life is unpredictable. Our family can only be at ease if we have this heaven-nourishing jade to protect ourselves." "You silly child." Zhou Zhanglu smiled with gratification. He took a piece of heaven-mending stone that was the size of an infant's fist. He slightly congealed his strength in his palm, and with a shwa shwa shwa, he divided the entire heaven-mending stone into 10 pieces. Each piece was 1 centimeter thick. He sensed the energy reserves inside, and said in a deep voice, "Just this 1 piece is enough for your senior brother to recover 5 times. How can we use so many? If we can't escape or win after 5 times of recovery, then we'll still die after 500 times of recovery." Zhou Changlu said, "I'll make the appropriate arrangements. Leave 3 pieces for us. It's enough. We don't need more. If you don't need it, you and my mother can keep it for yourselves." Zhou Xiaoduo said, "Anyway, I won't take back what I've given out." Zhou Changlu and Wu Yuding smiled warmly. They looked at each other and said, "Okay." Their son's filial piety made the husband and wife feel comfortable all over. They felt especially comfortable in their hearts. At that moment, they felt that even if they fought against a few saints for their son, it seemed they still couldn't fight back. After measuring the elemental energy reserve in the heaven-nourishing jade, Zhuo Changlu couldn't help but calculate in his heart. The number of jade pieces cut into such pieces was still limited, but it was enough for the higher-ups of the astral souls. As for those below the marshal, it would depend on the specific situation. He couldn't give one piece to each person. Among the 4 major legions in the east, west, north, and south, he would give one piece to each of the 4 marshals and leave one piece for the entire legion in case of emergency. It would be enough. There was also Yun Zhonghu, Bai Yunduo, Yu Dongtian, and the others. After all, everyone was a leader. If one of their subordinates was fatally injured, it would be enough to take out the multicolored stone to save them. This thing was naturally good, but it shouldn't be distributed too widely. Moreover, it couldn't be made known to everyone. Otherwise, it would cause a lot of unnecessary trouble. In this way, Zhuo Xiaoduo gave them a total of 12 stones, and at least 9 of them could be kept as backup. This was a top-notch resource. Unless it was a last resort, they would definitely not use it. Seeing Zhuo Changlu divide the heaven-nourishing jade, Zhuo Xiaonian, who understood his intention, said happily, "This is great. With this, the number of casualties in the future will." "You think too much. This thing is good, and it is worthy of being a top-notch resource. However, it is not a renewable resource. There must be a limit to its use." Zhuo Changlu rolled his eyes and said, "If there are no strict restrictions, and it is directly handed to the army, do you believe that those 4 idiots can make it all in one day? Then, they'll turn around and ask you for more. Even if you say that you don't have it, they won't believe you and will make a fuss about it. Even if they figure out how rare this thing is, they won't care too much about it. If they use it, then they use it. If they don't use it, then they don't have it. But when it really comes to the critical moment, they will regret it and be caught unprepared. This point must be considered again and again." Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding both pondered carefully. Tens of thousands of people died in the Sun-Moon Pass every day. No one was willing to lose any bit of battle damage. However, this heaven-nourishing jade was useful for anyone who was on the verge of death, but it could not be used on everyone who was on the verge of death. This choice would most likely become a great trial of conscience in the future. A person's own value, especially at such a critical moment of life and death, became extremely important. There was no fairness in the world. It was even more so in the face of life. Both were terminally ill and seriously injured. Some people could recover as good as new, while others could only wait for death. However, this unfairness was something that Zhuo Changlu had to create by himself. After all, the heaven-nourishing jade was not a cold medicine. Zhuo Xiaonian also copied Zhuo Changlu and cut her heaven-nourishing jade into 10 pieces. She also carried 1 piece with her and kept the other 9 pieces carefully. "This thing is more precious than a love token. Why did you copy your father and break it into pieces?" Wu Yuding looked at Zhuo Xiaonian and teased her. Zhuo Xiaonian did not blush at all. She held her head high and said, "Since it was given to me, it's mine. How I deal with it is my business. So what if it's more precious than a love token? I'll accept it and deal with it." Wu Yuding chuckled and pretended to be evil. She said, "Girl, you've already received so many gifts from our family. I'm afraid you've already received thousands of love tokens like this. Isn't it about time you give my son some benefits?" Zhuo Xiaonian's face turned red. She twisted her body and said unhappily, "Mom, who are you with?" Wu Yuding snorted and said, "My son just gave me such a big gift. Of course, I have to be with my son now. Even if I don't think so, I have to say so. Don't you know that?" Zhuo Xiaonian immediately started to act coquettishly. A moment later, Are you done? Wu Yuding asked Sua Xiaoduo. Everything is done. That's good. We can move on to the next project. Before she finished speaking, Wu Yuding pulled Sua Xiaoduo over. She didn't even seal his cultivation. She placed him on her knees and raised her hands skillfully. A series of slaps landed on his face. Who was Wu Yuding? Her cultivation was at the peak of the world. Sua Xiaoduo's cultivation was only at the sky realm. How could he resist her? Naturally, she could do whatever she wanted. Sealing his cultivation or not, it was unnecessary. Sua Changlu cheered from the side. Use all your strength. Beat this prodigal up with all your might. Such a good thing was actually smashed by this little bastard with a single slap. When I saw this scene just now, I almost fainted. He's simply a prodigal. What is a prodigal? This kid is one. He's a prodigal. If we don't teach him a lesson, when will he change his prodigal habit? He doesn't know how hard life is. Little bastard. Little turtle. Little coward. Little lamb. Slap, 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 slap. Not only did Sua Xiaoyan not dissuade them, she even gloated and cheered them on. Mom! Use all your strength. Beat him up. Let me do it too. Slap, 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 slap. Wu Yuding kept slapping him, while Sua Xiaoyan sneakily kicked him from time to time. Mom! Dad! I'm doing this out of filial piety, a pure and innocent heart. Sua Xiaoduo struggled. I'm doing this to contribute to our family. How is this prodigal? This is a huge contribution. I'm a hero of the family. Don't use too much strength. I still have a great mission to carry on our family's ancestral line in the future. I'm a hero, I'm not convinced. Why are you hitting me? This is not fair. Mother, you're being too unreasonable. The more Sua Xiaoduo spoke, the angrier and more indignant he became. His words were sonorous and powerful as he retorted. Aya, so many reasons, so many great principles. I just want to hit you. Is this reason enough? Is it enough? Even if you dismantled the treasure for the sake of the big picture and filial piety, but our hearts ache. Our hearts ache so much that we want to die. Just because of our heartache, we have to hit you to relieve our pain. Otherwise, we won't be able to recover. I've already said that I dismantled it for our family. You can't even dismantle such a huge treasure. It's a waste of God's gift. Even if you give it to us, our hearts will still ache. So, we hit you. What about it? Sua Xiaoduo was speechless. It's over. It's completely over. Is there no way to reason with them? I'm the one who contributed the good stuff, but they don't praise me, and don't stop there. They even beat me up in return. After a long time. Wu Yuding and Sua Xiaoyan stopped and let go of Sua Xiaoduo. Sua Xiaoduo stood up sadly and covered his swollen buttocks. His eyes were full of speechlessness. Dad, you're not upholding justice. Everything has to be reasonable. This is a family matter. Do family matters need to be reasonable? No, at least not in our family. Sua Changlu said, actually, you should feel lucky. Dad can only watch them beat you up for the sake of face. I'm really sorry that I didn't get to do it myself. I can't enjoy it. How can it be better to do it myself than to do it myself? Sua Xiaoduo wisely shut his mouth. With his shallow cultivation, he would not be able to get rid of the shadow of the minister in front of him for many years to come, even if he didn't live for the rest of his life. A wise man submits to circumstances. Bear with it for a while and the wind will be calm. Take a step back and the sky will be clear. Sua Xiaoduo soon became complacent. I'm wise enough to protect myself. I can be considered a wise man. After giving away the things, Sua Xiaoduo, who was relieved, cut the piece in his hand into thin slices like Father Zhua, and prepared to give one to Li Chenglong and his wife. Even the 4 major corps had some. How could his brothers not have some? Dad, if I were to give these to Li Chenglong and his wife, how many IOUs should I give? You have a discerning eye and know the market. I'm really a bye-bye in this aspect. Don't lose money. Zhuo Xiaoduo asked uncertainly. His attitude was very humble. Zhuo Changlu kicked Zhuo Xiaoduo and sent him flying. How many IOUs should I give? You can give me as many as you want. I get angry when I hear that I'm going to give them away. This is definitely a losing deal. There were only the 2 of them in the room. Wu Yuding looked at the heaven-nourishing jade in her hand lovingly. Her eyes were a little red. My son gave it to me to save my life. My son is willing to give up anything for his parents, no matter how precious it is. I didn't give birth to you for nothing. Zhuo Changlu's heart was also extremely warm. Thinking of the moment when Zhuo Xiaoduo crushed the heaven-nourishing jade without hesitation, Zhuo Changlu's eyes were full of gratification and warmth. However, he still scolded, it's too wasteful. You wish, you old thing. Wu Yuding rolled her eyes. Zhuo Xiaonian followed Zhuo Xiaoduo out. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked around to make sure there was no one around. Suddenly, he said with a serious expression, Nian Mao, why haven't I seen your ice spirit after you flew into the sky? Zhuo Xiaonian said, there wasn't any battle. Why do you want to see her? There's a huge taboo in this heaven-nourishing jade. You must be careful. Zhuo Xiaoduo said seriously. What taboo? Zhuo Xiaonian suddenly became nervous. Will it cause harm to Xiaoduo? Zhuo Xiaoduo took a deep breath. He looked around and said, it's not convenient to talk here. Come with me. I'll tell you in detail. After that, he pulled the concerned Zhuo Xiaonian into the Tower of Annihilation. Now, the Tower of Annihilation was empty as far as the eye could see. What secrets does this puppy have? Your son. Sigh. Zhuo Changlu sighed. Nian Mao is too honest. Sooner or later, she'll be cheated by him until she has nothing left. Wu Yuding curled her lips and said, in the end, she still obediently gives birth to children for the Zhuo family. Just like me. Like father, like son. Men are all bad. Zhuo Changlu quickly changed the topic. What are we eating tonight? Eat your head. Wu Yuding got up and left angrily. Zhuo Changlu touched his chin and went out. He called out to Lei Changtian, who was looking at Li Chenglong and the others. Second brother, come here for a while. Coming, boss. Lei Changtian came over and said, what's the matter? Drink with me tonight. Let's have a good chat. By the way, I'll give you something good to save your life. Zhuo Changlu said, go and ask Ting Er to make a few dishes. Okay. I promise to complete the task. Lei Changtian expressed that he was very excited. Boss was becoming more and more pleasant to me recently. Hence, he hurried to find Wu Yuding. Rainy, make a few more dishes tonight. Boss and I will drink some. Make more spirit beast meat, especially the tendons of the hoof. Whoosh. A fried ladle flew out and almost hit Lei Changtian's head. Lei Changtian was dumbfounded. Drink, drink, drink every day. Can't you use your brain? You set up your daughter and grandson. After setting up your grandson, you're being used as a tool to set up your daughter. Can't you do something decent? Can't you? Wu Yuding's trembling voice came from afar. It was deafening and thought-provoking. Zhuo Changlu. You can order your father-in-law to deal with your own wife. You've played this trick very well. You've played it very well. Since ancient times, you are also the first one to do so. For a moment, the Sky Surveyor throne and the demon ancestor were both dejected and scolded for a long time. Both of them were speechless. This temper. Zhuo Changlu sighed helplessly. Boss. Lei Changtian transmitted his voice nervously. These years. It's been hard on you. Zhuo Changlu looked helpless and sad. It was as if he had suffered many grievances these years. Lei Changtian felt more and more uncomfortable. Sigh, it's all my fault for spoiling her. Then you can talk about her. It's not too late to correct her now. I don't dare. Then why did you say that? Boss is right. After scolding for a long time, Wu Yuding finally remembered something very important. Sigh, I only know how to drink and chat. I can't even remember to do something serious. In a while, I'll go and lay the foundation for Gouda and watch him refine that. That. Zhuo Zhanglu understood tacitly. Understood. That? Lei Changtian scratched his head. What's the matter? What's that? Even I can't know. Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding looked at him with a strange gaze. You don't need to know. When the time comes, you just need to guard and do your work. You don't want to tell me anything. I don't have the right to know. But do I have the right to be your worker? Is that what you mean? Lei Changtian was angry. Other people's son-in-law is their father-in-law's worker. But when it comes to me, I don't know if I should curse him or not. That's all for today. Today is a special day for me. It's our engagement anniversary. My wife said that she'll make me pork ribs, beef, chicken drumsticks, half a duck, some vegetables, and chive pancakes. She asked me to go back early and said that I'm allowed to drink tonight. Let's celebrate. So I won't write tonight. Hee hee. So I'll update in the afternoon tomorrow. Life is a ball of hemp. It's a flower made of hemp. Chapter 1202. Wu Yuding and Zhuo Changlu were determined not to let Lei Changtian know about this. They would rather die than say anything. This mattered that they could still keep it a secret if they told others, but if they told you, it would be very difficult. If it really became a secret that everyone knew, it would be very interesting. In the Tower of Annihilation. What's the taboo? Zhuo Xiaonian asked with concern. This is not a small matter. The secret must not be spread. Come closer and I'll tell you. What? There's no one else here. The secret must not be spread. Zhuo Xiaoduo planned for a long time and finally made Zhuo Xiaonian fall into his trap and fall into his evil hands. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel proud and high-spirited. He hugged her tightly and moved closer. Zhuo Xiaonian struggled but found that she couldn't move. Zhuo Xiaoduo hugged her too tightly, so she stopped struggling. It wasn't that she didn't want to resist, but that she couldn't resist. Xiaoduo was so fierce and strong now. So much so that after a long time, Zhuo Xiaonian opened her eyes. She looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo in front of her and murmured, "Dog, I knew you were up to no good." Zhuo Xiaoduo bit her little nose and asked, "How am I bad? Anyway, you're up to no good." Zhuo Xiaoduo hugged her slender waist and murmured, "Then, do you want me to be even worse?" "No. I don't. Nian Mao, we're flying. Didn't mother say? Flying. We can do that." "No. No. You. Take your hand out. Don't move. I've been holding it in for a long time. After a long time. Zhuo Xiaonian was finally released. Her face was red, and she looked at herself up and down worriedly. Well, she was dressed neatly, and her skirt was not wrinkled. Her two small hands touched here and there restlessly. Sometimes she touched her collar, sometimes she tugged at her skirt, sometimes she adjusted her belt. Then, he took out a small mirror and looked at his hair. She bit her plump lips, her eyes filled with shyness, joy, embarrassment, and anger. His eyes were blurred, as if there were thousands of stars in his eyes. Little doggy was too mean. You're so bad. Zhuo Xiaoduo, on the other hand, followed closely behind her with his hands in his pockets. His face was in high spirits as he whistled nonchalantly, as if nothing had happened at all. No matter how much Zhuo Xiaonian rolled her eyes, Zhuo Xiaoduo remained calm. Wu Yuding came out of the room and sighed as she looked at the two of them. She was experienced in the ways of the world, so there was no need for her to say anything. She didn't even bother to guess. Zhuo Xiaonian was like an iceberg in front of outsiders, but when she was in front of her family, she seemed to be transparent. Everything and any emotions were written on her face. Basically, one could tell what had happened just by looking at her face. 100% sure. So, whether these two had gotten into trouble when they were young, one could tell just by looking at Zhuo Xiaonian's face. It was still the same now. No matter how calm Zhuo Xiaoduo appeared, no matter how calm and nonchalant he was, anyone who saw Zhuo Xiaonian's face would know that these two had made a breakthrough. Or rather, Zhuo Xiaonian had taken a step back, and Zhuo Xiaoduo had taken a step forward. Nian, Wu Yuding waved her hand and said, "Come here." Zhuo Xiaonian walked over bashfully and said in a mosquito-like voice, "Mom, don't misunderstand. We didn't do anything." Wu Yuding covered her forehead. "Did I ask you? What do you want me to not misunderstand?" Seeing Zhuo Xiaoduo's innocent face as if he really didn't do anything, Wu Yuding sighed helplessly. Thinking of the previous agreement, it seemed now that he had soared, she couldn't restrict him anymore. Before the fusion is complete, you can't lose your virginity. Do you understand? Wu Yuding looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo. "I understand, Mom. Don't worry. I promise to keep my virginity. I won't let anyone have their way." Zhuo Xiaoduo chuckled. Go away. Go away. You can be even more thick-skinned." That afternoon, Li Chenglong and the others woke up one after another. They were in good condition. Then, without exception, Zhuo Chenglu and Wu Yuding interrogated them. Yes, interrogated them. However, the interrogation process this time was much gentler than before. Li Chenglong and the others didn't intend to hide anything from father and mother Zhuo. Faced with the warm and caring questions, they answered everything they knew. They didn't hide anything, afraid that father and mother Zhuo wouldn't understand if their answers weren't detailed enough. After the interrogation, Wu Yuding and Zhuo Chenglu gave Li Chenglong and the others some pointers about their cultivation, attributes, questions they had on the road of cultivation, things they should pay attention to in the future, and even the direction they should take in the future. Especially to Li Chenglong, Long Yusheng, Yu Moyan, Li Changming, and Pai Yibao. Then, they urged everyone to quickly enter the Tower of Annihilation to cultivate. It would be best if they could learn from each other first and exhaust themselves to the point of exhaustion. Therefore, the 12 of them swarmed into the Tower of Annihilation and started a group battle. Then at Zhuo Xiaoduo's request, Zhuo Chenglu and Wu Yuding entered the Tower of Annihilation to check on Zhang Xuejuan. "She's fine. She can wake up on her own." Zhuo Zhanglu thought for a while. Then, he transmitted a wisp of spiritual power to her, and said, "Wait patiently. Also, if there are any heavenly treasures or cultivation resources, just stuff them into her stomach." Xiang Chong was overjoyed and hurriedly agreed. "You also have to be prepared. After she wakes up, maybe her personality will change a little." Wu Yuding reminded him. "I understand. It's okay. I can take it." Xiang Chong nodded repeatedly. Finally, it was Zhuo Xiaoduo's turn. The two of them came out of the Tower of Annihilation and called Zhuo Xiaoduo over. "You can prepare to fuse now." Zhuo Chenglu looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo with an unusually serious expression. "Okay." Zhuo Xiaoduo took out a corner of the plate of creation. Zhuo Chenglu held it in his hand and examined it carefully. Zhuo Chenglu was not worried about anything else. The only thing he was worried about was Whether Zhuo Xiaoduo obtained the broken horn of the plate of creation from the Green Dragon Holy Temple that belonged to the Green Dragon Holy Temple. After all, it had been in the Green Dragon Holy Temple's possession for countless years. If there was a trace of the Green Dragon Holy Temple's remnant soul, it would make sense. But if there was really a remnant soul, even if it was just a trace, with the legendary Green Dragon Holy Temple's power, it would be easy for him to possess Zhuo Xiaoduo. Zhuo Chenglu did not want the Green Dragon Holy Temple to possess his son's body. So he checked it very carefully. After he checked it once, Wu Yuding checked it again. Finally, the husband and wife worked together and used the power of the world's peak cultivation to completely clean the broken horn of the plate of creation. Then, Zhuo Chenglu checked it again on the basis of this. He checked it thoroughly and patiently. And finally confirmed that there was no longer any danger on the plate of creation. In order to be absolutely sure, Wu Yuding wrapped it with her own spirit. Then, Zhuo Chenglu used his spirit to add another layer of insurance. With so many layers of protection, even if there was really a remnant soul of the Green Dragon Holy Temple, the husband and wife could completely refine it with their power. Until now, the husband and wife were completely relieved. Let's begin. The two of them immediately set up 3 layers of soundproof enchantment. Then, they instructed Lei Changtian to stand outside the enchantment and protect them. After thinking for a while, they also chased Zhuo Xiaoyan out. Then, the husband and wife's spirit turned into nothingness. Only then did they let Zhuo Xiaoduo start the final preparations. After all, the husband and wife's spirit was too strong. What if they snatched their son's opportunity under the influence of their spirit? In short, they had considered all aspects. Zhuo Xiaoduo sat cross-legged. With the sky-mending stone in his left hand and the bay laurel honey in his right, he suddenly exploded with extreme spirit power. In an instant, the divine palace was filled with light. The black gas of the god-slaying spear, the yellow gas of the Wahuang sword, the black and white gas of the black and white gourd, Zhao's red fire gas, the hot gas of Zhu Rong's fire, and the green gas of the spirit clan. All kinds of mystical auras soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, Zhuo Xiaoduo's sea of consciousness was completely emptied. Then, a jade plate-like object slowly emerged from Zhuo Xiaoduo's chest. At first glance, the jade plate-like object was sparkling and round. However, upon closer inspection, one could see that the jade plate-like object was modeled with countless tiny lines. None of them were complete and could be said to be incomplete. However, one could also see that many of the tiny lines that were originally flawed seemed to have been repaired by some external force. Only a shallow trace was left. The jade plate-like object gradually turned from an illusion to a real object. The purple gas was dense, and the round plate finally condensed into a solid object. From the looks of it, the outer edge was really intact. Only the middle of the plate was missing a bead. There was a hole the size of a soybean. Zhuo Chenglu looked at it with his invisible body. He vaguely felt that this was a hole for a rope. But it didn't seem like it. Why would such a treasure need a rope? In a cloud of purple gas, a simple face seemed to appear. A deep gaze quietly looked over. The moment they met this gaze, Zhuo Chenglu and Wu Yuding's bodies stiffened. They suddenly felt that they couldn't move at all. It was as if this gaze determined the life and death of the two people with a single glance. However, this face immediately rippled and shook. A domineering aura suddenly appeared and rushed over. Vaguely, it was filled with infinite anger. A voice was faintly discernible and indistinct. I created the world, but you plotted against me behind my back. The merit of creating the world was stolen. You actually became the heavenly Tao. Do you have any shame? It was intermittent, and the last 3 words suddenly sounded like a bell. The simple face suddenly shook and then dissipated. Then, the entire jade pendant bloomed with a clear aura. The brilliance began to circulate, and the true appearance of the jade pendant also appeared. The corner of the plate of creation on the table seemed to feel some kind of summoning. Suddenly, it flew up and spun around, slowly emitting a purple mist. The purple gas also emitted from the round plate slowly became thicker. Then, it began to spin. As soon as it started to spin, a black and a white light suddenly appeared on it. As it spun faster and faster, the black and white light merged into a ball. With a whoosh, the corner of the plate of creation flew over. It circled around the jade pendant and then slowly spun until it couldn't be seen clearly. Only a ball of light was spinning. Then, a faintly discernible tremor sounded. It was as if family members who had been separated for tens of thousands of years had suddenly reunited. They were trembling with excitement and crying. It was a kind of feeling that came from the bottom of their hearts. At this moment, whether it was the continent of astral souls or the continent of No Alliance and Tao League, everyone, no matter what they were doing, including the soldiers who were fighting at the Sun Moon Pass. Suddenly, they all felt a kind of sadness in their hearts. It was the kind of sadness that came from being reunited with joy after a long separation. Suddenly, one by one, they quietly shed tears. No one was an exception. In the major cities, everyone silently bowed their heads, tears falling like rain. In the major cultivation holy lands, everyone quietly comprehended, tears streaming down their faces. The husband and wife who were quarreling suddenly shed tears at each other. Their hearts softened, and the husband silently pulled his wife into his arms. In front of the Sun Moon Pass. The people who were fighting to the death suddenly stopped fighting. One held a saber, while the other held a sword. They looked at each other with tears streaming down their faces. Many people simply threw away their swords and sabers and sat on the ground. Their hearts were filled with grief as they wailed loudly. "It's too hard. Too hard." Countless old generals who had been fighting for countless years closed their eyes at this moment, tears gushing out like a tidal wave. They had been fighting for such a long life. The fresh faces that fell next to them flashed in front of them one by one, and each of them smiled at them. These old generals who didn't frown and only had pride in the face of death cried like children on the Sorcerer God Mountain. The Flood Witch closed her eyes. She felt sad, and 2 drops of tears fell from her eyes. But then, she suddenly woke up and looked up at the sky. The sky is crying. All the points of providence that Zhou Xiaoduo had collected in his divine soul seeped into the creation plate drop by drop. They turned into smoke and merged with the purple clouds. Half went into the creation plate, and the other half went into the creation horn. Then, 2/3 of a drop went into the jade pendant, and 1/3 went into the creation horn. This ratio gradually shrank. In the end, 99% went into the jade pendant, and 1% went into the creation horn. Zhou Xiaoduo sat cross-legged, feeling countless emotions rushing to his heart. He cried and laughed, and tears flowed continuously. He seemed to see endless sadness and helplessness, and countless joys and sorrows. He saw the mighty figures who moved mountains, filled seas, and laughed proudly at the stars being plotted against and killed one by one. That kind of grievance, helplessness, and anger. Countless heroes, after doing what they wanted to do the most, but the greatest benefits, were stolen by others. A general who had gone through hundreds of battles and conquered the world was framed and killed before he could even complete his mission. A person who had given the world ample food and clothing for the reform was killed at a celebratory banquet. A person who had single-handedly covered the retreat of the entire sect was killed by a sneak attack by his junior brothers and sisters who had always been jealous of him when he was seriously injured after defeating a strong enemy. Countless thoughts surged into his mind. Everyone can overcome the dangers in front of them, but even immortals can't guard against a knife in the back. It's difficult to escape the trajectory of fate. Heroes of the world can't control fortune and misfortune. The trajectory of fate. The heavenly Tao is heartless. Who can predict fate? Who can see through people's hearts? Who can reverse fate? Not controlled by man, not locked by the earth, not determined by the heavens. To man, it's a blessing of life and death, but to the heavens, it's the rotation of fate. The appearance of heaven and man is not an appearance. It's a way to defy the heavens and change fate. Anyone who defies the heavens will be punished by the heavens. How domineering is the heavens? Since the creation of the world, only one person has not occupied the karma. Zhuo Xiaoduo heard a loud laugh in his mind. The heavens are created by me. The karma of the world is but a smile. Then came the second stage of the appearance of heaven and man. All the techniques poured into him like a tide. Zhuo Xiaoduo was struggling to hold on. Although it was only the second stage of the chant, it was so vast that it seemed endless. It was almost bursting his head. I don't occupy the karma, so I can create the appearance of heaven and man. Turn yin and yang, reverse the universe, know fortune and misfortune, predict fate, defy fate, and govern life and death. Those who inherit my legacy will do as they wish. I was born free and unfettered, and I will leave at ease. I don't think about the past, and I don't think about the future. Although I have plotted against you, I have no regrets. The opportunity of the great calamity of the world is to perfect the Tao of the heavens. I used the opportunity of the great calamity to shatter the heavenly Tao plate. You became a god as a mortal, so I will open the door as a mortal. I don't lose a bit of my true spirit. I just want to see the person of destiny, the appearance of heaven and man. Wherever you can go, there will be where I can go. Ha ha ha. There was a burst of heroic laughter. Go. Go. Zhuo Xiaoduo let out a long breath. He only felt a swelling pain in his head, and it was instantly filled with countless knowledge. Automatically assimilated, he spat out a mouthful of blood. This mouthful of blood was bright and eye-catching, and even a little dazzling. It was so red that it was glowing. It was Zhuo Xiaoduo's natal spirit blood. Puff! He spat it onto the jade pendant that was still spinning slowly. The jade pendant flashed with red light. Suddenly, it exploded with an indescribable red light. The red light was so dense that even Zhuo Xiaoduo's figure could not be seen. The red light suddenly exploded, and then it suddenly retracted. It stopped spinning and stopped in front of Zhuo Xiaoduo. It was a jade pendant. The palm-sized corner of the creation plate was only a little small protrusion after fusing with it. It was the east. After the fusion, the eastern corner began to emit infinite purple light and purple qi. And then it was injected into the jade pendant. The creation plate and the jade pendant were no longer separated. Even the connecting point did not have a single crack. It was as if it had always been like this and had never broken. Then, the entire jade pendant turned into a ball of purple light and slowly seeped into Zhuo Xiaoduo's body. Zhuo Xiaoduo's body swayed twice. He only felt that his spirit was exhausted to the extreme. He slowly fell to the ground. Before he completely fell to the ground, he was already snoring loudly. Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding appeared. They only felt that the shock in their hearts had reached the extreme. The two of them looked at each other, and both felt a lingering fear. Their hearts were thumping violently, and their mouths were dry. This is Great God Pangu. Wu Yuding bit her lip and transmitted her voice. Be careful with your words. Zhuo Changlu hurriedly reminded her through voice transmission, don't mention it. Wu Yuding's face was full of fear and she nodded repeatedly. This Xiaoduo's opportunity is really. The husband and wife did not know how to describe it. Who would have thought that this was a trap? And it was the two of them who were playing. And the one who was now in charge of everything was unaware. Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding wished that they could erase their memories from just now. But they could not do it. This was no longer a fight between immortals. But they did not dare to think about it. They did not even dare to think about it. Looking at the sleeping Zhuo Xiaoduo, Zhuo Changlu's expression was very interesting. Our son. I have to say, he has a big heart. Wu Yuding's head drooped. She looked up and revealed a bitter smile as if she was crying. Yes, he really has a big heart. I feel like I'm awesome now. I can't believe I could give birth to a son with such a big heart. Me too. That night. A strong earthquake occurred in Shangjing City, and the ancestral tomb of the Wang family suddenly collapsed for some reason. The land where the ancestral tomb was located, along with some of the surrounding areas, directly turned into a large lake. The Wang family was shocked to the point of losing their souls. The ancestral tomb was gone. What was going on? At the same time, there were many cave-ins in Shangjing. The ancestral tombs of several families were damaged or collapsed, and the alarms of the entire continent suddenly sounded. The situation at the Sun-Moon Pass changed. Currently, the Tao League's 2 million troops were fighting against the UMNO alliance. But for some reason, the situation changed overnight. The Tao League's heavenly kings made a mistake in their decision. The 4 defense lines of the east, west, north, and south were all lost. The Wu People's Army marched in. They stepped into the Sun-Moon Pass. As for the Tao Alliance Army, they had been fighting a battle of attrition for quite some time. However, after falling into a disadvantageous position, they actually began to flee. Fled. It was simply unbelievable that such a thing happened to the army at the front line. But it happened, because the 2 heavenly kings of the Tao League realized that they could not win and made another choice: strategic retreat. They retreated 2,000 miles and formed a new defense line. But with this retreat, the army's morale changed. So, the retreat became a retreat. At this moment, the 4 great legions of the Star Spirit continent were still recuperating from the battlefield. They just received the news that the Tao League's army had been completely defeated. Suddenly, the situation became critical. All sides of the astral souls were moving. Nan Jingqian and Dongfang Zhengyang rushed back as if their lives depended on it. The heavenly king of the right and the others also went to the battlefield. Even the star-plucking monarch, who had not appeared on the battlefield for thousands of years, went to the front line. All the masters of the astral souls immediately went to the front line to support. Bai Yunduo and Lei Changtian rushed over as soon as they received the news. In addition, the Sword King, Saber Demon, Qin Sha, and the others also returned immediately. The heavenly Tao suddenly became chaotic. For some reason, the aura-gazing technique was useless. The astral souls suddenly became unstable. All the masters went to the front line, but it was easier said than done to push back the UMNO Alliance's army. The 7 swords of the Tao League also arrived. They were so angry that their mouths were twisted. The 7 swords of the Tao League's army made such a mistake, and they felt ashamed. However, they did not have the time to settle the score with them at this time. They did not even have the mood to mock them. Everyone returned to their teams as soon as possible. Once a team had 80% of its members, they did not wait any longer and immediately entered the battlefield. Such a change stunned the 12 shamans of the UMNO Alliance. Why did the battle plan suddenly have a breakthrough? This was simply a fucking bastard. However, they did not dare to stop it. They could only let the battle continue to deteriorate. Because if they gave the order to retreat now, the morale of the entire UMNO Alliance's army and fighting spirit would be completely destroyed. How many years have we been receiving such education? Invade the astral souls. Unify the world. Now that we finally broke through the defense line, we have to give the order to retreat. Then, all the people who died, all the battles, what was the point of all these years? The sudden deterioration of the battle situation caused the 3 continents to shake violently. Chapter 1203. The Starsoul continent and the Tao Alliance continent urgently mobilized their forces in response to this sudden turn of events. They had to make sure that the situation didn't continue to worsen. Otherwise, if it really did collapse, only the most powerful forces would be able to intervene. On the other hand, the UMNO Alliance continent was also mobilizing their forces. The Astral Souls continent and the Tao League continent definitely wouldn't allow the situation to deteriorate any further. They would definitely respond with all their might. After all, this was the combined forces of the two continents. Once they gained the upper hand, they might even launch a large-scale counterattack. In an instant, the forces of the Astral Souls continent surged toward the front lines like a rising tide. Some of them were at the back of the pass, while others had already charged to the front of the pass. Many Tao Integration Stage and Heavenly Ascension Stage cultivators also joined the battle. The situation was unprecedented. After all, this was the first time the UMNO alliance had broken through the Sun-Moon Pass defensive line in tens of thousands of years. Their morale was at its peak, and their battle intent was at its peak. In the air above the battlefield, a few great shamans, the seven swords of the Tao League, and the heavenly kings of the Astral Souls continent were also engaged in a fierce battle. The battle seemed to be 100 times more intense than the battle on the ground. However, the battle in the air was actually. While the battle was dazzling, the great shamans were also urgently discussing countermeasures. What the fuck is going on? The monster race is about to return, and there are already signs of it. The three continents aren't strong enough to fight against this powerful enemy. How did the situation suddenly take a turn for the worse? How did it become a battle between the three of us? The UMNO Alliance's golden-scaled great shaman was furious. In the long tug-of-war, not only did the Astral Souls continent produce many powerful cultivators, but the UMNO Alliance also produced many prodigies. In the past 2 years alone, a large number of Heavenly Ascension Stage cultivators had emerged, and they had all entered Zhu Wu's secret area for training. Soon, another batch of outstanding young elites would break through to the Heavenly Ascension Stage from the returning stage. They would then be able to enter the secret area for further training, further strengthening the Wu people's foundation. In the future, they would be able to defeat the monster race. It could be said that the situation was good. All of the great shamans were hoping that things could continue on like this in order to nurture a large number of Tao Integration Stage ascendants in the final few years. Because at this level, in the intense changes in spirit energy and the life and death battles after the return of the Demon Alliance and the merger of the continent, there was an extremely high chance that they would shed their cocoons and become a butterfly, becoming a true expert. That was the only way to stabilize the situation and make it a one-sided defeat. Who would have thought that the Astral Souls defense line, which had never been shaken for tens of thousands of years, would fall at this moment? Moreover, the first thing that the generals did after losing their territory was not to counterattack and retake the lost territory, but to retreat. Moreover, the retreat turned into a rout of 1,000 miles. Wasn't this a joke? What do you want the UMNO Alliance's higher-ups to do? There was no reason to not let the shaman army, which was full of fighting spirit, continue to attack. But if they continued attacking like this, when would it end? The Wu people's overall combat strength was indeed superior to the Tao League's and the Astral Souls human races, but that was only in a one-on-one comparison. If the two continents cooperated sincerely and joined forces, even the UMNO Alliance would be at a disadvantage. As the Astral Souls human race continued to grow stronger, even though the UMNO Alliance still had the upper hand, they didn't dare to casually start an extreme war. In a three-way contest, if two sides were to fight to the death, only the third side would emerge victorious. This was also the main reason why the Tao League and the Astral Souls human race didn't put in any effort. They didn't believe that if the Tao League and the Astral Souls human race worked together to destroy the UMNO Alliance, the Astral Souls human race wouldn't turn around and destroy the Tao League. Similarly, the higher-ups of the Astral Souls had the same considerations, which was why the war between the three races was limited to the Sun-Moon Pass area. This allowed the three races to maintain a terrifying yet delicate balance. When the confirmation of the demon race's imminent return was confirmed, the relationship between the three parties changed again. From being hostile to each other, it became a covert cooperation between the three parties to fight against the demon race. In reality, it wasn't because the demon race was too strong that any one of the three parties, including the UMNO Alliance, might not be able to defeat it even if the three parties worked together. However, as the situation changed, the situation of the war changed drastically, and the situation took a turn for the worse. At this moment, the higher-ups of the three parties were collectively at a loss. Yu Dongtian was furious. He sent a voice transmission, "What the fuck is this Dao League? Everyone is eating shit. How can they not lose?" The Dao League's Daoist Feng and Yu Dongtian joined hands to fight against the golden-scaled Grand Witch. Their faces were full of shame, and they scolded loudly, but they didn't respond for a long time. Although he was sometimes narrow-minded, if he was careless in such a big matter, then he really had no redeeming qualities. Then, how could he cultivate to the peak of the cultivation realm in this world? After Marshal Shiman and Marshal Beigong heard the news, they quickly responded. They increased their own formation and opened up a path for the Dao League's defeated troops to retreat from the battlefield. Then, they quickly gathered their troops and blocked the UMNO Alliance's troops from the north and west. They suppressed the enemy's momentum and pushed back step by step. Now, they had already reached the left side of the defense line. If they continued with the current momentum, they might be able to force the UMNO Alliance's troops out of the defense line. However, the south and east sides were in a much more miserable state. Marshal Dongtian was especially good at observing aura. Before he left, he had specially observed his own aura. He was sure that nothing major would happen in a short period of time, and the strategy he left behind was to defend their own formation. But now, the situation had changed abruptly. Moreover, it was such a huge and unimaginable accident. The East Army was in a hurry to fight, and they did not have a general to lead them. They suffered heavy losses. When Dongfang Zhengyang came back, he was furious. However, it was a fact that the battle was not going well. Even though Dongfang Zhengyang gathered his troops and fought back with all his strength, the battle situation was still not very optimistic. Bai Yunduo and the king of Zhuolu were fighting against the West Sea Shaman on the East Road. On the other hand, Nanjingqian's South Army was in an even worse situation. Yu Xingqian was leading them personally and defeated the two heavenly kings of the UMNO Alliance. Now, they were fighting against the Fire Shaman. All in all, the Dao League's sudden defeat caused the entire battle situation to collapse. It was almost impossible to salvage the situation. In Shangjing. Zhuo Changlu and his wife knew that the situation at the front line was unprecedentedly serious. They did not have time to wait for Zhuo Xiaoduo to wake up. They told Zhuo Xiaonian to take care of the situation at the front line. Then, they packed up and immediately tore through space to take care of the situation. Their speed was naturally faster than Dongfang Zhengyang and Nanjingqian. They were much faster. The people they were going to face were also not the UMNO Alliance's army that the East and South armies were facing. Zhuo Changlu went straight to the UMNO Alliance's land. He even used his divine thoughts to shake the Flood Witch and led her to come here. At this time, they had to make a decision. The UMNO Alliance needed people who were powerful enough to come here. The UMNO Alliance's army had to withdraw from the Sun-Moon Pass in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, once the astral souls invaded the Sun-Moon Pass, there would be blood everywhere. Once the hands of the UMNO Alliance's army were stained with the blood of the people, it would no longer be a battlefield. That would be an unresolvable hatred that would last for generations. On the battlefield, there was no resentment between life and death. However, when it came to killing the innocent, there would be no reconciliation. This was the basic philosophy of a soldier. At the Sun-Moon Pass, a strong wind blew. A long roar shook the heavens and the earth. The moment Zhuo Changlu arrived at the border, he flipped his hand and threw tens of thousands of UMNO Alliance's army out of the Sun-Moon Pass. Get out of the Sun-Moon Pass. A loud roar shook the sky. A silhouette of a person rushed forward from the Wizard Alliance's side and shouted in a stern voice, "Minister, you have broken our previous agreement by personally making a move." Zhuo Changlu shouted, "Ho Yunhai, you don't have the right to talk to me. Call flood over." The Great Witch Dan Kong and the Great Witch Bing Ming were dozens of miles away from each other, and their voices were very loud. However, as soon as they saw the people on the opposite side, they lowered their voices and shouted, "Fight steadily and surely, retreat first. I will go and find boss to deal with him. Don't make unnecessary sacrifices. Soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals. Even if you all rush up and self-destruct, it will be useless. This is the Heaven Patrol." Then he rushed up to the sky and shouted, "Zwa, you broke the agreement. My brother will not let you go. Wait for your death." Zwa Changlu did not move. "I will wait. In half an hour, if your UMNO Alliance's army doesn't retreat, I will kill you all. Behind me are hundreds of millions of unarmed civilians. I don't care if you break the agreement." Senior Shaman Dan Kong shouted, "You are shameless. You are a scoundrel." Senior Ice Hell Shaman said angrily, "Despicable. How dare you be the top person in the world?" Zwa Changlu snorted, "Whether I am despicable or not, it is not for you to say. I will only say this once. If you don't retreat, don't blame me for being ruthless." Senior Shaman Dan Kong's face was full of grief and anger. "Just you wait." Senior Ice Hell Shaman said sullenly, "When boss comes, he will teach you a lesson. How dare you break the agreement?" Then he ordered, "Withdraw some of them." When the UMNO Alliance's army saw the legendary Heaven Patrol throne arrive at the Sun Moon Pass, no one dared to act rashly. They quickly retreated. In mid-air, the figure of the Heaven Patrol throne was as tall as a mountain. It was thousands of feet tall and huge. The Heaven Patrol sword in its hand was more than 6,000 meters long. It reflected the sunlight in the sky and kept flashing. When everyone saw it, their hearts trembled. With such a huge sword, every slash could kill thousands of people. It was as easy as eating and drinking. A gentle and charming shadow was faintly discernible beside Zhuo Zhanglu. However, no one believed that this rain demon had truly not come. The husband and the wife had been together for a lifetime. Naturally, they were together. In the face of such extreme power, all the UMNO Alliance's army was extremely sullen, but they could do nothing. At this moment, the Heaven Patrol throne and his wife appeared in the sky. Senior Shaman Dan Kong and Senior Ice Hell Shaman could not defeat them. If they really dared to go up and fight, they might die here. The UMNO Alliance's army was secretly angry. Everyone gritted their teeth and waited. They would let you be arrogant for a while. When our Lord Flood comes, let's see how you die. However, under the gaze of hundreds of millions of people, the Flood Witch did not arrive immediately. She delayed for more than half an hour. No one knew what happened that delayed her. Chapter 1204. Everyone in the UMNO Alliance was waiting anxiously. After a full 40 minutes, the Great Flood Witch finally arrived. As soon as he looked around, he saw that it was the Sky Inspecting Minister who had personally stepped forward to bully someone. Immediately, his 7 emotions surged up, and he flew into a rage. "Zwa, what have you done? Ask the UMNO Alliance to withdraw from the Sun Moon Pass immediately." "Bullshit. Are you going to withdraw or not?" The more they talked, the more tense they became. They started to fight. Their voices were like thunder, shaking the sky and the earth. At the end of the battle, the Great Flood Witch transformed into his true body, which was thousands of feet tall. He hadn't been seen in the world for a long time. He also took out his 1,000 Souls Nightmare Hammer, and fought against Zhuo Zhanglu's broadsword. The two of them were fighting in the air. "Flood, do you dare to bet with me?" "Ha ha ha. I, Flood, have never lost a battle in my life. Just tell me, do you dare or not?" "Bet on what?" "Bet on the future of the continent." "Oh. Flood. Today, you and I will have a fair fight. If you can defeat me today, I will ask the Astral Souls to surrender to the UMNO Alliance. You will not suffer any losses." "What if I can't defeat you?" If you can't defeat me, the UMNO Alliance will withdraw from the Sun-Moon Pass and not invade the Sun-Moon Pass for a month. How about that? Good. It's a deal. Wait, what if it's a tie? You think you can fight me to a draw, Zwa? Ha, Flood, who do you think you are? Do you really think you are the best in the world? I am the best in the world. Tell me, what if it's a tie? You also said that if I defeat you, you will let the Star Soul Continent surrender to the Wizard Alliance. My wager is to stop the war for a month. Since the wager is so unfair, if it's a tie, I will lose and we will retreat for a month. It's a deal. It's a deal. Good. Under the witness of tens of millions of soldiers, the publicly recognized #1 expert, the Great Flood Shaman, made a bet with the pillar of the Star Spirit Continent, the Sky Patroller throne. It was a battle to determine the winner. Seeing that the bet had been made, the tens of millions of soldiers of the Wizard Alliance cheered excitedly from all directions. On the other side, the soldiers of the Star Soul Continent cheered so hard that their voices were hoarse. The Flood Witch. Victory. Sky Inspecting Minister. Victory. Both sides were in high spirits, cheering like a tsunami. The Sky Inspecting Minister said, "If that's the case, please." The Flood Witch laughed, "Why do you want to go somewhere else? Don't tell me that you don't have the confidence to perfectly control your strength here. Are you afraid?" The Sky Inspecting Minister asked in a deep voice, "Then, we'll do it here." Yes. Good. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the two flew high into the sky and fought in their normal forms. They went back and forth for more than 1,000 rounds, but there was no clear winner. As the battle continued, it gradually became more and more intense. In an instant, the two of them became thousands of feet tall. One of them held a huge hammer as big as a mountain, while the other held a huge saber that was thousands of meters long. They clashed fiercely in the sky. This battle was so intense that even the sun and moon lost their light. For the first time, the cultivators of the 3 continents saw the peak combat power of a true peak expert. The visual effect of the saber slashing through the universe and the hammer destroying everything in its path was breathtaking to the extreme. So, this is the true pinnacle of power. So, this is the true peak combat power of this world. It's really too strong. The two of them fought fiercely for a day and a night. Everyone stared at the turbulent winds and clouds in the sky without blinking. Spatial cracks tore through the sky one after another, and then disappeared again. Only the area below the two of them was calm, as if nothing had happened. This showed that the two of them had perfect control of their own power. They were both meticulous. They were evenly matched from beginning to end. They were evenly matched from beginning to end. Although the Flood Witch was extremely ferocious, the Sky Inspecting Minister did not take a step back from beginning to end. The countless experts below were dumbfounded by what they saw. Finally, with an earth-shattering sound, the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer and the Sky Inspecting Saber collided again. The two of them laughed at the same time. Awesome! Awesome! Zhuo Chenglu laughed. Flood, it seems like this battle is a draw. The Flood Witch laughed boldly. What a good Sky Inspecting Minister. Zhuo, you're not bad. You've achieved great results in your transformation into the mortal world. Your improvement is so great that it's beyond imagination. In this world, there's finally an opponent who can fight with me. This battle is a draw. The Flood Witch laughed. A bet is a bet. From now on, with your surname Zhuo, this life won't be lonely. UMNO Alliance Army, withdraw 3,000 miles and give up the Sun-Moon Pass. Following the Flood Witch's order, the UMNO Alliance Army retreated despite their reluctance. After all, the whole world was the witness of the Big Boss's bet. There was nothing to say. The Flood Witch's bet was also not a problem. One must know that the Flood Witch was recognized as the strongest person in the world. It had been a long time since anyone could stand shoulder to shoulder with her. No one would have thought that there would be someone who could fight her to a draw. Although there had always been people who said that the sky inspecting minister, the strongest person in the human race, was the Flood Witch's only opponent in this world, it was only an opponent. No one thought that the sky inspecting minister could really stand shoulder to shoulder with the Flood Witch. But after today, the Flood Witch had personally confirmed that the sky inspecting minister, who had experienced the transformation of the mortal world and made a breakthrough, could truly stand shoulder to shoulder with the Flood Witch. In other words, the sky inspecting minister had become another strongest person in the world alongside the Flood Witch. The reason why the peak was called the peak was because it was always so narrow that it could only accommodate one person. It could be said that the second strongest person in the world could still be restrained by others. But the first strongest person in the world could not be restrained by anyone. And this extreme, this peak, this exception, had been broken by the sky inspecting minister. It had been broken. The Flood Witch had been the strongest person in the world for a long time. But he was a very principled person. There were things that he would do and things that he would not do. This was the Flood Witch. But the sky inspecting minister was not like that. This minister had almost no principles to speak of. To him, as long as he could make profits for the astral souls, that was his principle. No one should offend him. That was his principle. This kind of person was the most terrifying. Originally, he was ranked second only to the Flood Witch, and this had already caused the other peak cultivators to complain. At that time, everyone still had fantasies. Zhuo Zhangcheng, you are indeed fierce, but you are not as fierce as the Flood Witch. If you really go too far, we will go find the Flood Witch to seek justice. Especially the experts of the UMNO Alliance, they were full of confidence. But now, this guy was also the strongest person in the world. He had been proven by the Flood Witch to be the strongest person in the world. This was simply Great Ice Witch, Great Raging Fire Witch, Great Witch Dan Kong, and the others opened their mouths and almost cried out. The crisis of the Sun-Moon Pass that everyone had been thinking about, the huge crisis of the 3 continents killing each other, had been resolved. But how would they live in the future? Zhuo Zhangcheng, this guy, could be neck and neck with the Flood Witch alone, but don't forget, he was never alone. He had Rain Demon by his side. Even if his cultivation was not as strong as him, it was not much weaker than him. What was worse was that this couple looked open and upright, graceful and magnanimous, but in their bones, they were ruthless characters. The sky is 3 feet higher, and the feathers of a swallow are plucked off by a swallow is not enough to describe the degree of stinginess of this couple. In the past, when they met this couple, it was inevitable that they would take away their treasures. Now, even 2 empty bow might not be enough to deal with them. The UMNO Alliance withdrew their troops overnight, but the withdrawal of troops here was only limited to the Flood Witch's words. She did not mention the withdrawal of small teams. Especially the independent expert groups, they had already infiltrated the astral souls. Because of this sudden withdrawal, the local war became more dangerous. However, Zhuo Changlu and the Flood Witch did not mention this. After all, casualties were unavoidable in war, and this kind of battle between experts was the easiest way to promote a breakthrough. The Southern Army, which was the furthest away, had already returned to their original position when they received the order to retreat. Under the leadership of Marshal Nan Zhengqian, they charged forward fearlessly. However, while they were charging forward, the UMNO Alliance's army suddenly retreated like the tide. Several great shamans gathered their troops and retreated while checking their losses. On the other hand, all the higher-ups of the Tao League and Astral Souls who were above the rank of Marshal were gathered for a meeting. After the war, there were a lot of things to do. The losses caused by the collapse of the other side were unimaginable. The Tao League has to give an explanation for this. Zhuo Changlu sat on the rostrum, slammed the table, and asked directly, who will take the blame for this? Also, how will the human race of astral souls be compensated for their losses? How is it possible for such a mistake to happen? Do the troops of the Tao League eat shit to survive? The 7 swords of the Tao League were red in the face from the scolding. However, they couldn't say anything to refute it. It was too embarrassing. Minister, I'm afraid there's something fishy about this. Also, there's something more important that I need to report. Dongfang Zhengyang stood up. Speak. Previously, the demon race had shown signs of returning, but the date of their return was uncertain. Our side, the Tao League, and the UMNO Alliance still had some time to prepare. However, after this war, all 3 sides suffered heavy casualties, which caused endless murderous aura to grow and be absorbed by the constellations that appeared before. The murderous aura in the constellations in the North and South Dipper was set, and the demonic aura gradually filled the air, causing the 365 demonic stars in the sky to flicker. I'm afraid that within a few months, the demonic aura emitted by these stars will provide clear coordinates for the demon race drifting outside. Chapter 1205. Everyone was silent. If that was the case, the situation would be much more dangerous. Dongfang Zhengyang said, as for the anti-air defense line, we still need about half a month to complete it. But the Tao League, I'm afraid it will take a long time. Taoist Thunder gritted his teeth and said, even if we have to sacrifice all our lives, we must complete it. Zhuo Changlu sighed and said, those who made mistakes in this battle, go and build the defense line. Make up for your mistakes. Taoist Thunder stayed silent for a while and said, okay. This was the only way. The mistake this time was too big. If they didn't punish them severely, no one in the 2 continents would be convinced. It would definitely cause a rift in the alliance of the 3 continents. Especially the 4 armies of the Astral Souls continent. They might go into a riot. The defense line that they had been guarding for tens of thousands of years was lost in less than half a year when they started fighting. Many things that were fine before had to be replaced now. Not to mention that so many of their comrades were sacrificed because of their mistakes. If the culprit could still get away with it, then what was the point of fighting? The 7 Taoist masters were all bitter. This time, the number of people the Tao Alliance had to deal with, from top to bottom, numbered more than 1,000. What was even more terrifying was that it involved 2 Heavenly King stage upper echelons. But looking at the blood in the Sun Moon Fortress, and some places were even covered in blood, they couldn't beg for mercy even if they were beaten to death. Besides, the Sky Patrol Minister wasn't the Flood Witch. If the Tao Alliance didn't deal with these people or did something half-heartedly, Zhuo Changlu would definitely deal with them personally. That was undeniable. It was something that was inevitable. Next. I'm afraid all of you can't leave. Dongfang Zhengyang's voice was dry and hoarse. If the 365 heavenly stars formation in the sky is completed, the demonic aura will be fully activated. Because of that, the power of the stars will be unprecedentedly violent. It's so violent that it might shake the entire Sun-Moon Fortress. And we don't know when it will happen. With our own strength, we definitely won't be able to suppress this shockwave. After all, the foundation of the Sun-Moon Pass and the Sky Restriction Domain was set up with the help of the stars. Dongfang Zhengyang sighed. The heavenly Tao was indeed terrifying. A sudden change at the border without any reason had actually trapped all of the peak experts here, unable to move even an inch. That night the Astral Souls, the Tao League, and even the senior magi of the Wu people were all staring at the sky silently. Gazing at the stars that had begun to shine in the starry sky, the 365 demonic stars that represented the demonic aura of the demon clan were gradually becoming denser and denser, connecting with each other. This completely showed that the stars in the sky were gradually forming the coordinates to guide the demon's return. However, there was nothing they could do. They could only passively wait. This was because this was the priesthood of the ancient heavenly court, and it possessed the indelible characteristic of dominating the starry sky. As long as these star lords didn't die and their souls didn't perish, the connection between the stars and the star lords couldn't be erased. This was also the sharpness of the ancient demon court. Although countless demon gods had been destroyed during the Great Calamity, as long as a trace of their souls or even a trace of their aura remained, they wouldn't really die. They could recover and have a chance to make a comeback. However, their enemies didn't have such conditions. Because the demon court was the orthodox force recognized by the heavens and the earth, the so-called main force of the heavens and the earth. Once the demonic aura directly descended, the earth's foundation would be shaken. Therefore, they could only passively wait. Only when the starry demonic aura descended, could they disperse it or divert it, so that they wouldn't lose it. However, there was nothing they could do about the coordinates that could form the demon's return. The scene in front of them was actually a microcosm of the astral soul's continent being hit by countless meteors. No one knew what this indicated, or what it meant. Now that the demonic aura coordinates are gradually forming, I'm afraid the Demon Alliance will return at least a year, or even 2 years earlier. Which means it's very likely that they'll return this year. For the current strength of the 3 continents, this is a disaster. Taoist Thunder looked at the starry sky carefully and kept sighing. I still don't understand why the people of the Umno Alliance. Why didn't they destroy the North and South Dipper remnants of the demons? Until now, they've caused such a big trouble and become a huge threat. Taoist Thunder wasn't the only one who didn't understand this question. Even Zhuo Changlu didn't understand it. The only turning point for this matter is the heavenly Tao trap in Shangjing. Dongfang Zhengyang sighed deeply and said, as long as they can hold on, perhaps the situation won't be so bad. Let's attack both sides together. But we can't go back now. The heavenly Tao has already locked the situation over there. Once we go back and intervene, we'll break the delicate balance that has already been formed. And the heavenly Tao of the demons will have a reason to further stimulate the stars, so that the demons can return sooner. Dongfang Zhengyang sighed and said to Zhuo Changlu through telepathy, actually, the accident at the Sun-Moon Pass this time should be a part of the heavenly Tao trap. It wants all the forces that can break the rules to leave this trap. The heavenly Tao has always been like this. We can only accept it passively. It's not easy for us to fight against the heavenly Tao. Zhuo Changlu said blandly, even if the heavenly Tao is playing tricks on us, it's still not the reason for us to lose the battle, and it can't be the reason for us to escape. More or less, it's one of the reasons. Dongfang Zhengyang said in a low voice, I've never liked the heavenly Tao masters in the Tao League. But this time, they lost for no reason. Maybe they took the blame for the heavenly Tao trap. What do you mean? Since the heavenly Tao trap has been set up, with the heavenly Tao's nature of not allowing humans to go against it, it will naturally affect the people and things related to it in all aspects. For example, the fluctuation of the spiritual energy tide will correspond to the emotions of a certain period of time. And then, it will magnify certain negative emotions without limit, subtly influencing people to make wrong decisions. People who have entered the path of cultivation emphasize on having a firm and peaceful Taoist heart. However, once the Taoist heart is out of balance, the negative emotions of the people involved will suddenly erupt, and the state of mind will definitely take a turn for the worse. These are all conceivable. Speaking of mentality, there are many people in the army, and it has always been the most important thing. If some people are determined to fight to the death at the beginning of the battle and fight with all their might, the others will be easily influenced. Even if they know that they will die, they will still charge forward without any regard for their own safety. And vice versa. If there are already people running away at the beginning of the battle, then the remaining people will also run away as more and more people run away, no matter how determined they are at the beginning. Compared to the morale, blind obedience is also the most common mentality in the army. And this shows the importance of the old soldiers even more. Why is it that the most precious people in the army since ancient times are the old soldiers? Because the old soldiers dare to fight, and when the old soldiers charge forward, they can lead the new soldiers to quickly grow into old soldiers. Among the three parties, the Umno Alliance and the Astral Souls have been fighting against each other for years. In this kind of long-lasting confrontation, in this kind of iron-blooded life, the number of military talents produced is no less than the number of cultivation geniuses. On the other hand, the army of the Tao League, although they say they are an alliance, in reality, most of the time, they are in the rear. They have very little contact with battles. For this kind of situation to happen, and even for them to be defeated, in fact, it is also reasonable. To be fair, I was not optimistic about the military strength of the Tao League. I only considered that the three parties have already formed a hidden alliance, and the Umno Alliance will not be as aggressive as before. No matter how weak the military strength of the Tao League is, after the initial adaptation period, after 1 or 2 years, even if it cannot become a strong force, it can still be used as a reserve force. But reality has proven that I was too optimistic. After experiencing this defeat, Minister, in the future, no matter if we are facing the Demon Clan or the Demon Clan, when we need to engage in a large-scale battle, the army of the Tao League, we have to carefully consider it. If a similar situation occurs again, it will not be the power of a single person or a few people to turn the situation around. Zhou Changlu sighed deeply. I understand. If the Flood Witch and I had not reached an agreement early on, this battle would not have been so easy. But people with a firm Tao heart will not be affected. Or I should say that the impact is relatively small. In the end, this matter is still the fault of the Tao League. If we really attribute it to the heavenly Tao, which of the tens of millions of soldiers will be convinced? I agree with what you said, but the Tao League still has to take responsibility for this and pay the price. Dongfang Zhengyang did not speak anymore. He had no intention of exonerating the people of the Tao League. His words were not fair either. His purpose was only to remind Zhou Changlu of this matter. As for whether the people of the Tao League died, or how they died, what did it have to do with him? The top masters of the 3 continents had all rushed to the front line during the incident at the Sun Moon Pass. But everyone realized that they could not get away from this matter. This matter could be said to be extremely troublesome. After that, the people who had nothing to do started to open up small battlefields. Every day, they would challenge each other. The 12 great shamans appeared frequently. The 7 swords of the Tao League's sword Qi soared into the sky. The leaders of the Astral Souls also appeared every day. The heavenly kings of the Tao League's Umno Alliance and the Astral Souls were also frequently challenged. In the end, even the marshals and generals of the various armies started to follow the example of the higher-ups. They challenged the masters of the other armies who were at a similar level to them. Therefore, the fights were chaotic every day. It was as if they wanted to take action. Once they took action, it would be out of control. The commotion caused by every battle between these people was so great that it almost shook the heavens and the earth. In the eyes of others, both sides were in a situation where they would fight to the death. The scene of the battle was played out every day, causing the mountains to rumble and the earth to tremble. The ordinary warriors were busy repairing the defense line, strengthening the defense line, fighting occasionally, or assisting in the construction of the no-fly zone. There were many people who liked to watch the show. Every time there was a battle between the higher-ups, they would set up a gambling house and gamble. There were only a few people in the army who did not gamble. Every one of them was a gambler. Everyone was a gambler who risked their lives and did not know if there would be a tomorrow. Who cared about that little bit of money? Many people who gambled would bet their entire fortune. If they won, they would make a fortune. If they lost, they would let their brothers who won get a fortune. Chapter 1206. As for how much they won or lost, they didn't care. Even if they lost and became penniless, they could still borrow money from their comrades. As long as they were still alive, money didn't matter. They fought every day. Every day, there was a huge scene and a huge commotion. However, from the beginning to the end, from top to bottom, not a single person died. However, no one found it strange. They were all the higher-ups of their respective factions. Who didn't have a few tricks up their sleeves? It was fine as long as there was a victory. After all, at their level, it would be strange if they died so easily. Everyone understood this logic. Days passed by just like that. This bunch of murderers actually became more and more interested in life. They deeply felt that life was so interesting. This was truly a unique culture and phenomenon of the battlefield. When the UMNO Alliance's army regrouped and charged forward, the other side had already made all the preparations. On the Dao Alliance's side, the officers who made a mistake this time were ordered to contribute to the continent. When they built the no-fly zone, the strangest thing happened: half of them actually escaped. A total of 300 people, under the lead of a heavenly king, escaped collectively. This matter was simply rubbing the face of the Dao Alliance's 7 swords under the feet of all the experts of the 3 continents. It was a great humiliation. The hot-tempered Daoist Hua was so ashamed that he almost wanted to commit suicide on the spot. I feel that the name Daoist Lightning doesn't sound good, so I changed it to Daoist Hua. Brothers, if you notice that there are areas that need to be changed, please send me a screenshot. The fire sword and cloud sword of the 7 swords acted together and chased after the escapees. In any case, if they didn't catch all of them and bring them to justice, the 2 Taoists felt that they didn't have the face to continue living, on the other side, in Shangjing City. After the tragedy of the Big Dipper killing formation, all the major clans were much quieter. This time, the Battle of Sun Moon Pass caused too much of a commotion. It caused most of the experts of the major clans to go to the front lines. Even the Wang clan sent out 20 Sky Realm experts to the front lines. As a result, the high-end military strength of Shangjing was greatly reduced. However, the originally extreme situation suddenly eased up. Although everyone knew that this easing was the prelude to a volcanic eruption, but at this moment, no one made it clear. It was as silent as water, indifferent and unperturbed. All the clans were secretly accumulating power, preparing for the moment when the thunder would erupt. In the next 2 days, Zhuo Xiaonian found that Zhuo Xiaoduo behaved very strangely after waking up. Sometimes he would giggle to a chair, sometimes he would mumble to a tree in the yard, and sometimes he would mumble to an ant on the ground. When he met people, he would sometimes be deep in thought, and sometimes frown. When he had nothing to do, he would go into the Tower of Void Extermination and meditate. He would sit in the Tower of Void Extermination for a few days. Yes, the several days here referred to the time in the tower. After being injured by Li Chenglong and the others, he healed again and again. This cycle repeated over and over again. Zhuo Xiaoduo did not wake up from his meditation even once. This kind of situation was indeed a little abnormal. After worrying for 2 days, Zhuo Xiaonian decided to put her worries into action. She decided to stay by Zhuo Xiaoduo's side and observe Zhuo Xiaoduo closely. This strange and inexplicable situation persisted for a few months before it finally improved. Zhuo Xiaoduo returned to his original state. His behavior and actions returned to normal. In fact, Zhuo Xiaoduo's strange behavior during this period of time was naturally not without reason. He had obtained too much inheritance this time. It was so much that it was difficult for him to digest it in a short period of time. However, after a few months of buffering, he slowly straightened it out. The so-called strange behavior and actions naturally did not exist anymore. Speaking of which, Zhuo Xiaoduo's act of merging with the creation plate this time was indeed quite risky. However, this risk was not within the calculations of Zhuo Changlu, Wu Yuding, or even Zhuo Xiaoduo himself. Zhuo Xiaoduo's parents focused their attention on the possible existence of the remnant soul of the Azure Dragon Sage. All their preparations were based on this aspect. Even Zhuo Xiaoduo himself thought so. However, the real risk of the creation plate did not lie in this at all. Yes, or rather, the so-called danger of the creation plate was actually caused by the creation within it. Of course, it was also a coincidence. This was because he had just received the inheritance from Marshal Dongfang. Previously, Zhou Xiaoduo had received many jade slips from Marshal Dongfang. This had already caused his brain to be unable to bear the burden. His spirit had already reached its limit. Moreover, he had not had the time to completely digest them. Now that he had suddenly received a huge amount of information from the creation plate, his brain was immediately overloaded. His behavior and actions were not like that of ordinary people. This could be said to be the most basic manifestation of a negative state. If something went wrong, his brain would be completely invaded by the flow of information and collapse. Zhou Xiaoduo would become a brain-dead living person. Fortunately, Zhou Xiaoduo had withstood it. Even more fortunately, there was the existence of the Tower of Annihilation, which not only gave Zhou Xiaoduo a large amount of buffer time to absorb the information and adapt to the state, but it did not really consume a lot of time in the real world. Otherwise, if he had really been in the real world for such a long time, he would have really delayed many important matters. If Zhou Xiaoduo had really merged with the creation plate before he had ascended to heaven, he would probably have become a mental patient with saliva dripping from the corner of his mouth all day long, and who knew how many years it would take for him to recover. However, this time, Zhou Xiaoduo had digested the inheritance of the creation plate and had thus obtained great benefits. The seemingly endless power of the heavenly Tao of primordial chaos had allowed Zhou Xiaoduo's cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds. In one breath, he had advanced to the mid-level of the sky realm. Another great benefit was that, under the pressure of the power of the heavenly Tao of primordial chaos, Zhu Rong's primordial fire, which had been unruly for a long time, had completely let go of its former pride of being the number one in the world and had begun to merge with Zhou Xiaoduo. In the true sense of the word, there was no difference between them anymore. And this situation allowed Zhou Xiaoduo's cultivation techniques, whether it was the flaming sun scripture or the primordial fire art, to take a huge step forward. The improvement this time was a qualitative change. The flaming sun scripture had transformed from a blazing sun to a blazing sun that was right in front of him. After Zhou Xiaoduo regained his clarity of mind, he didn't immediately continue with his cultivation. Instead, he chose to go to several cities to change his mood and settle his mind. He also collected all the astral soul's jade powder he had collected during this time and stored it in the spatial destruction pagoda. After Bai Yunduo and the demon ancestors' orders, the astral soul's jade powder had been raised to the level of a strategic resource. Not only did they collect a huge amount of it, but they also ensured that it was pure. For the first time, Zhou Xiaoduo, with his Skysoar realm cultivation, pushed his speed to the limit and quickly went to 7 assembly points. In the end, Zhou Xiaoduo was so happy that his mouth was crooked. Too much. It was really too much. This was the consumption of the entire astral soul's continent. In the spatial destruction pagoda, Xiao Long was astonished. Boss was really amazing during this time. He had collected more and more of this powder. The fortune mountain rose from the ground and became wider and wider. Its height had reached an average height of 2,000 meters. This was the average height. It was obvious how great the increase this time was. On the other side, after learning about the outbreak at the front line, Li Chenglong and the others couldn't sit still anymore. They all came to ask Zhou Xiaoduo about it. They didn't hide their eagerness to fight and were eager to fight. However, after Zhou Xiaoduo asked Zhou Changlu, he received a reply. You don't need to be at the front line. You have more important things to do now. The follow-up matters in Shangjing will be handled by you all. Remember, you must win the heavenly Tao array this time. You must win. Don't be careless. This heavenly Tao layout is more important than the outcome of the battle at the front line. It's best not to leak a single bit of the fortune mountain. Collect all of it. Even if you can't do it, you must collect most of it. Remember, you won't have any foreign aid or support in this battle. We are all at the front line. We can't leave or move. You have full authority to handle it. Zhou Xiaoduo told Li Chenglong about this matter. Then, he gave Li Chenglong all the relevant speculations, including all the information about the North and South Dipper. After that, Zhou Xiaoduo didn't care anymore. Li Chenglong was the expert in the specific operations, so he didn't want to add to the trouble. With Swollen around, it was unnecessary for him to worry about it. Swollen, think about it carefully and slowly. We still have enough time. If you don't have enough time, you can go into the Spatial Destruction Pagoda and think about it. You must think about this game thoroughly. You might as well think about the worst situation. Zhou Xiaoduo said, I'm going out shopping with your sister-in-law. I've been exhausted recently. I need to change my mood. Li Chenglong rolled his eyes and waved his hand as if he was shooing away a fly. Go, change your mood. As long as you don't bother me in front of me, you'll be doing me a great favor. After that, he plunged into the sea of clues. What he liked to do most was to sort out a mess and even a lot of messy things clearly. He understood everything at a glance. He understood everything clearly. This sense of accomplishment was simply unparalleled. Especially when he did something that others couldn't do. It was so satisfying that he couldn't say anything. And Zhou Xiaoduo's favorite thing to do was, of course, to have fun. He really pulled Zhou Xiaonian and went shopping. Zhou Xiaonian was puzzled. Why are you shopping at this time? Aren't you a little too careless? Or are you trying to lure the snake out of its hole? Zhou Xiaoduo wrinkled his nose and smiled. It's impossible to lure the snake out of its hole now. Even if I pretend to leave Shangjing now, they won't care. Why? Because not only do we have masters on our side who can see that the heavenly Tao has been set up. They must have masters in this field who can see the clues. So, now they clearly know that I can't leave. If they pay attention to me, it'll be a waste of manpower and physical strength. And there's also the risk of being exposed. So, the only result of luring the snake out of its hole is that it'll waste our energy and won't have any effect. Then Although I can't lure the snake out of its hole, it doesn't prevent me from taking the initiative to find the snake. Zhou Xiaoduo smiled faintly. Taking the initiative to find the snake. Zhou Xiaonian was very sensitive to the word, taking the initiative. Yes, taking the initiative. Zhou Xiaoduo smiled mysteriously. In the second stage of the form of heaven and man, what Zhou Xiaoduo comprehended was the form of all things. Speaking of the form of all things, it was a bit awesome. If it was only about fortune and misfortune, then Zhou Xiaoduo's ability to see the trajectory of a person's life had also improved to a considerable extent. Now, he could see the life and death of a person within a year. That was not all, but it was just an enhanced version of the original form of heaven and earth. Zhou Xiaoduo's other ability now, the advanced effect of the form of heaven and earth, was on a whole new level. And this advanced effect was that all things had a form, and all things could be seen. The specific effect derived from this could be said to be abnormal. From the initial stage of fortune-telling, it had transformed into the second stage of orders. The true meaning of this was that he would read your fortune and write down orders for your future. If it was right, he would naturally receive providence points, and the orders that had been written would disappear by themselves, turning into ashes at the moment when the divination was accurate. And the consequence of this was that, after divining all the secrets of heaven, there would be no increase or decrease, and there would be no cause and no effect. This was the power of the form of heaven and earth. There was a great taboo in divining someone's fortune and looking at their fortune. As the saying went, one's life would be 3 times thinner after every divination. There was also a saying that if one revealed too many secrets of heaven, they would naturally be punished by heaven. This was because revealing the nature of heaven's secrets was cheating heaven, deceiving heaven, and bullying heaven. Of course, they would be punished by heaven. This was also why, since ancient times, those who were more accomplished in this field could not escape the words of widows, lonely, and disabled. And the more brilliant a fortune-teller was, the more often they would use some vague or even specious code when giving a divination. This way, to a certain extent, could weaken the punishment. In the past, when Zhuo Xiaoduo wanted to earn providence points and read people's fortunes, he always expressed his thoughts and rarely hid them. If not for this, the karma caused by his flying tribulation would not have been so much. This was also the fundamental reason why even Father Zhuo, who had a calm temperament, was shocked. However, with Zhuo Xiaoduo's current form of heaven and earth, he no longer had to worry about such repercussions. This was because when an order was turned into ashes, all the karma had nothing to do with him anymore. However, the luck points he obtained would not be reduced at all. This was because this heaven-human form was created by the person who created the world. Even the heavenly axiom had to be grateful to him. Thus, it had to reciprocate the favor of his successor. Otherwise, it would be disregarding karma, and it would be ungrateful. This layer of karma was something that even heaven could not bear. Zhuo Xiaoduo first brought Zhuo Xiaonian to a printing shop, the kind that mainly produced business cards, and then he placed an order for 9 quadrillion pieces. Since it was an order, he naturally had to make a batch of orders first. This number almost scared the owner of the shop to death. Even though he had repeatedly confirmed the number of 9 quadrillion pieces, the owner still thought that Zhuo Xiaoduo had most likely lost his mind. Otherwise, how could he place such an outrageous order? However, Zhuo Xiaoduo had no choice. He already had too much money in his hands. So much that he could not spend it all. He was very melancholic. If he did not extravagantly spend it, wouldn't it be wrong? Another helplessness was that this kind of heavenly order could only be done once. The second time he did it, he would have to bear the karma like before. Therefore, Zhuo Xiaoduo tried his best to do as much as possible. Just this one order was enough to see through the past and present. In this case, how could Zhuo Xiaoduo not take it seriously? Naturally, he would make as much as he could. Originally, he wanted to make 9 quadrillion pieces, but Zhuo Xiaoduo felt that he should not be too greedy. I also don't need you to deliver the goods immediately. I placed an order today. You just need to give me a portion of it before tomorrow night. Just a few tens of thousands of pieces will do. Then, once every 3 days, I will come to pick up the goods, or I will send someone to pick up the goods. Except for the first time, the goods delivered each time must not be less than 1 million pieces. I have money, so I don't care about the price. I can give you double the price for each piece, but you have to ensure the quality and quantity. I will pay you 100 million in advance. You can do it and keep on doing it. But no matter how you do it, if there is even the slightest problem with the quality, I will not pay you again. You also have to return the money you received to me. Don't waste time writing a contract. A contract is just a piece of paper. If you take the money and don't do it, or if you don't do it well, I have ways to make you regret it. As Zhuo Xiaoduo spoke, he took the iron bar in the shop and slowly twisted it into a fried dough twist. Then, he bent it in his hand and made it into a discus. Then, he melted the discus into molten iron. That was not the end. He even evaporated the molten iron. The shop owner was so scared that he almost fainted. He hurriedly agreed. No problem, no problem. Hero, if there is a problem with one piece, you can take my whole family's life. I promise. Zhuo Xiaoduo said faintly, the hidden flowers and the words, as well as the surrounding patterns, must not be omitted. The front and back sides must be completely according to the standard. The thickness, etc. The font, etc. 100 million in advance. When I get the goods worth 80 million, I will pay another 100 million in advance, and so on. Remember, money is not a problem. I only want quality and quantity. Do you understand? Yes, yes. The shop owner's panic gradually disappeared. Instead, excitement gradually surged in his heart. He gradually realized that perhaps the highlight of his life had arrived. If everything went well, he did not need to do anything for the rest of his life. He could eat until his belly was round and he would be rich for generations to come. That was 9 quadrillion pieces. How could he finish it in his lifetime? He estimated that with just this one order, the livelihood of his descendants would be settled. Before he could finish his sweet dream, Zhuo Xiaoduo put forward a new condition. The goods I want must all be delivered within 3 years at the latest. That's impossible, hero. The shop owner immediately complained. Your order is too big. No one can finish it in 3 years. Not to mention 3 years, even 300 years. Haven't I made it clear enough? It must be completed in 3 years. Zhuo Xiaoduo said, if you can't do it yourself, you can distribute the order to others. Whether you distribute it to 1,000 or 10,000 companies, I don't care. I only ask for quality and quantity. Is that so? The boss thought about it. This matter. As long as it was done properly, it might not be impossible. Apart from having a few more printing machines here, and then distributing the order to all the printing factories in Shangjing, it might not be impossible to finish this business if they put all their efforts into rushing the work. For the same item, the more it was made, the lower the cost would be. Based on the quantity requested by the person in front of him, the cost of one piece was at most 5 cents. His current offer was 15 cents, and the price offered by this hero was double that, which was 30 cents. Based on this calculation, if he distributed the order at 70 cents, the outsourcers would probably fight over it. Don't look at the profit of 2 cents per piece. If he could print millions or tens of millions a day, wouldn't the profit be amazing? The most important thing was that there was no technical content to speak of. Even if he could make 2 cents per piece, if a factory printed 1 million pieces a day, he could easily make 20,000 yuan a day. Moreover, the net profit would go into the shop owner's pocket after deducting all costs. Who wouldn't want to do it? Who wouldn't want money? Those who didn't want to do it were idiots. Even if he were to raise the price to 10 cents per note, he would still be able to earn a huge profit. Okay. The shop owner gritted his teeth. I'll try my best. I don't want you to try your best. I want you to complete it. It's best if you do it ahead of time. Zhuo Xiaoduo said, if you complete this order ahead of time, for example, in 2.5 years, then in the following 6 months, no matter how many pieces you make, I'll pay you 3 times the price for the excess. Really? It's a deal. This, you don't believe me? Zhuo Xiaoduo snorted and directly transferred 100 million yuan. Do you believe me now? The risk is all mine. I only want results. I believe you, I believe you. The shop owner almost fainted. It hadn't even started yet, and 100 million yuan was already on his head? The money was already in his account. What else was there to not believe? Before today, he was just a small shop owner with a net worth of a few 100,000 yuan. But now, he was a billionaire. Oh my God. Steady. Zhuo Xiaoduo snorted. I understand, I understand. I'm steady. Steady. I'll ha ha ha. Steady. Zhuo Xiaoduo rolled his eyes. You're so steady that I don't feel safe. Hurry up and get to work. Tomorrow, if I find that you've finished too little, don't blame me for looking for another shop. Understood, boss. Don't call me boss. You're my boss. You're my bread and butter. No, you're my second parent. You're my ancestor. Zhuo Xiaoduo rolled his eyes. He couldn't stay any longer. He held hands with Zhuo Xiaonian and disappeared into thin air. Where is he? The shop owner was shocked. But he instantly understood that the person who came was a cultivator. No wonder he made such a big order and didn't take the money at all. He's a land immortal. The shop owner was even more in awe and joy. He immediately turned around and shouted, everyone, come here. We have 3 minutes for a meeting. We've got a big job. Finish the work at hand and stop all business immediately. Don't accept any more business. All workers' wages will be increased by 20% from the original base. Design department, make a template for this sample as soon as possible. Buyers. Go and buy these raw materials immediately. Just these few. There must be no problems with the quality. Give me 5 million sets of shares first. Call the machine manufacturer. I want to negotiate with them. I need a large number of machines. The quality must be excellent. I have all of them. Get to work immediately. Immediately, quickly. As long as everyone works fast, not only will there be a monthly bonus every month, there will be an additional monthly salary allowance every quarter. There will be a half-year bonus every half-year. It will only be given to the group with the best quality and the largest quantity. There will be an annual bonus every year. The minimum is 5,000 and the maximum is 100,000. I will post the specific rules on the wall of the workshop later. Enlarge it. The full attendance bonus will be quadrupled on the basis of the original 200. Listen carefully, it's quadrupled, not doubled. In other words, the monthly full attendance will be 800. For quarterly full attendance and above, the full attendance will be 10,000. Annual full attendance will be 30,000. For those who can't achieve full attendance, only the minimum wage will be guaranteed. Quick. Go quickly. Office, immediately post a recruitment advertisement. Then, when the machines arrive, immediately start the shift system. We will implement a 3-shift overtime system. The machines will not stop even if people stop working. The maintenance workers must be the best. Double the salary. Rest for the people and not the machines. Brothers, let's get to work. The day of our fortune has arrived. When the workers of the small company heard the series of orders from the boss, they all rushed out as if they had been injected with chicken blood. This treatment was really unique in the entire mainland. They had to work as hard as they could. Immediately contact the major printing factories in Shangjing. I want to talk to them about business. Boss Shou, who had been promoted to a billionaire, was full of confidence. His face was flushed. Now, I am their god of wealth, the child of wealth. Are you really going to hand over such a big business to this boss? Are you so assured? Zhuo Xiaonian looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo. Of course, I'm assured. How could you forget that I can read people's faces? Zhuo Xiaoduo said proudly, this boss has a long lifespan. Second, he is lucky. Third, he is ambitious. Fourth, he is skillful. Fifth, he is good at management. Sixth. All right. I know that there is no mistake. You don't have to say any more. Zhuo Xiaonian rolled her eyes. The two of them chatted and laughed as they walked towards the most prosperous place in Shangjing. The billboards on both sides, the big screens, and all the electronic devices of the businesses were broadcasting the frontline battle reports and all kinds of recruitment news. Zhuo Xiaoduo raised his head as if he was curious about everything. In fact, he had a panoramic view of the fates of everyone who had passed by, and he had seen them all. Although it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Zhuo Xiaoduo really wanted to try. He wanted to see if he could use his own ability to uncover the opponents who were hiding behind the scenes. What if he really met one? It had to be said that Zhuo Xiaoduo was very optimistic. In fact, there were many coincidences in history where people waited for their prey to appear. But Zhuo Xiaoduo's luck was obviously not as good as he had imagined. He looked around for a long time, but he still did not get anything. After a while, Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes turned and he said, Nian Mao, where do you want to go? I will follow you. After a long time, he suddenly thought of something. In the entire continent of astral souls, it seemed that no one was luckier than Zhuo Xiaonian. Since he did not find anything, He would use Nian Mao. Chapter 1207. Zhuo Xiaoduo was suddenly excited. If he followed Zhuo Xiaonian around, he might be able to gain something. Follow me. Zhuo Xiaonian was stunned. Since when did I become the one in charge? What is going on now? Yes, now it's my turn to follow you. Zhuo Xiaoduo chuckled, maybe if I follow you, I'll be able to find the Southern Dipper or Northern Dipper or whatever. How could there be such a coincidence? Zhuo Xiaonian snorted, but she could not help but think along the lines of this question. Could it be that I've really met it? The two continued to stroll around. Zhuo Xiaonian initially thought that looking for someone was a big deal, but after thinking about it, she felt that relying on luck was too unreliable. Gradually, she stopped thinking about it and just strolled around for the sake of shopping. Subconsciously, she leaned towards the clothing store. Girls, well, ladies, no matter how many clothes they had, they would always subconsciously feel that they were lacking clothes. The clothes displayed in the display window were the ones that suited them the most. The clothes that made their eyes light up were the ones that suited them the most. In short, they were always lacking a set of clothes in their wardrobe. It was either this set or that set. However, Zhuo Xiaonian was different from other women. She was the type who only looked and did not buy. She only looked at the style and took a few photos. For Zhuo Xiaonian, it was already equivalent to owning something. This situation caused the employees of the clothing store to look at Zhuo Xiaoduo with disdain. What a pity that such a handsome boy is actually a pauper. He had such a beautiful girlfriend, but he did not have the money to buy clothes for her. He could only ask her to take a photo. Finally, the two of them looked passable. The man was handsome, the woman was beautiful, and their temperament was outstanding. The shop assistants did not make any sarcastic remarks, which made Zhuo Xiaoduo feel that it was a pity. Sir System had lost a lot of opportunities to show off. Sir System had the most money now, the kind that could never be used up. Initially, he had thought that if someone mocked him and someone understood him, he would buy the shop and gift it to the person who didn't mock him. Then, he would fire the person who mocked him on the spot. It would be a great opportunity for him to show off. Who would have thought that he wouldn't get the chance to do so? Depressing, depressing. Moneybags Zhuo, have nowhere to spend my money. Life is as lonely as a flower. After walking around for about an hour, Zhuo Xiaoduo finally encountered something. In front of him, little hero Yu was wearing a large white windbreaker that covered his slightly plump and round body. His head was held high as he strode over with a large sword. Boss! Boss! From afar, Xiao Xia was already shouting excitedly. His voice was so loud that it attracted the attention of passers-by. Zhuo Xiaoduo subconsciously wanted to turn around and leave. Why did he have to meet this little fatty every time he went out? What kind of luck was this? Naturally, he didn't know that Xiao Xia had been paying attention to him every day since he came to the capital. Not to mention when he was at home, but whenever Zhuo Xiaoduo went out for a stroll or was discovered by someone, Xiao Xia would be the first to get the news and immediately come over to bump into him. Yo! Little fatty. Zhuo Xiaoduo squinted his eyes. He felt uncomfortable all over. After Zhuo Xiaoduo found out that he was a genuine second-generation cultivator but had no hope of winning in life and could only continue to struggle, he couldn't help but feel more and more that this guy who had an unknown number of generations lived a much more comfortable life than him, a pure second-generation cultivator. Regarding this point, it was simply intolerable. Even if the uncle could tolerate it, the aunt couldn't. The worst thing was that Zhuo Xiaoduo felt that he had made a mistake. He had brought this upon himself and raised Xiao Xia's seniority to his own. This made Zhuo Xiaoduo extremely unhappy. Originally, it wasn't enough for this guy to call him ancestor. But now, because Mo Xuanyi and Zhuo Xiaonian had become sworn brothers, on the day of their wedding, he would have to call him brother-in-law. He would have to call him brother-in-law all the time. Fuck. It was simply a huge loss, alright. Originally, he only wanted to help Mo Xuanyi, but in the end, this brat benefited from it. The more Zhou Xiao Duo thought about it, the angrier he became. Boss, ha ha ha. Are you shopping with sister-in-law? Xiao Xia smiled brightly. Zhou Xiao Duo snorted, how are you and Xuanyi now? Xiao Xia laughed, his face full of happiness, thanks to boss, we're progressing very quickly, ha ha ha. Xiao Xia had completely forgotten about what happened that night. All his memories had been erased. The only thing he remembered was that Mo Xuanyi had become a godfather and he had left early. However, he couldn't remember why he had left. Then, as if it was the new year, the Yu family began to buy things wantonly, preparing for the engagement. When he went to find Mo Xuanyi was no longer as cold as before. This situation made Xiao Xia indescribably happy. These days, he felt like he was living in heaven, and even his steps were light. You're progressing very quickly. Zhou Xiao Duo became more and more unhappy, his face dark, then you're living quite comfortably now. It's just a so-so, ha ha ha. Xiao Xia said happily, as for me, I don't have any great ambitions. I'll just eat and wait for death, be a salted fish. That's enough. The Yu family doesn't need me to do anything. Eat and wait for death, be a salted fish. Zhou Xiao Duo suddenly felt like 10,000 mythological beasts were roaring and galloping through his heart. This is clearly my fucking dream. Even I can't live a dreamy life, and you, little fatty, are already living such a wonderful life. Is there any justice in this world? Is there any justice in this world? Is there any justice in this world? This is simply too unfair. Zhou Xiaoduo's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth. My father said that the future head of the Yu family, little fatty, can't get married if his cultivation base can't reach the Skysoar realm. We will never agree to such an unsuitable marriage. Xiao Xia's face instantly paled, and he cried out involuntarily, are you serious, boss? I'm only at the advanced cloud transformation stage. You're so useless. Zhou Xiaoduo said viciously, Xian Yi is already at the God Imperial tier, and you're only at the cloud transformation stage. How can you be worthy of Xian Yi? Xiao Xia was on the verge of tears. Did Godfather really say that? Godfather. This title caused Zhou Xiaoduo's heart to feel stifled. He continued to spitefully say, why would I lie to you? My father originally said that you're not allowed to get married until you reach the Dao integration stage. It was all thanks to Big Sister Nian's help that he changed it to the Skysoar realm. With your shallow background, you want to marry the daughter of the Zhou family? What right do you have if you don't even have a decent cultivation base? Xiao Xia's fat jiggled, and his face was completely pale. Skysoar realm. Xiao Xia might not even be able to reach the Skysoar realm in this lifetime, let alone make a breakthrough in the near future. That was a realm that he had never even thought about. Wouldn't it be great to just eat and drink and win in life? Why do I have to break through to the Skysoar realm? This is simply making things difficult for me, Xiao Xia. Can you make an exception? Xiao Xia looked as if he had lost his parents. No. Is this true, sister-in-law? Xiao Xia looked at Zhou Xiaonian with tears in his eyes. It's true. Zhou Xiaonian nodded honestly. Of course, what Zhou Xiaoduo said was true. Even if it was fake, it could still be true. At the very most, he could come forward and tell his father that he would help cover up Xiaoduo's lie. In any case, he could not embarrass his brother. A man's reputation was very important to him. This was the experience that his mother had imparted to him. It must be true, and it must be a saying of wisdom. Xiao Xia did not feel good. He felt as if the sky had darkened. He knew very well that his good days were about to be over. While he was shopping with Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaonian, Xiao Xia's head drooped. He did not say a word, and he looked as if he was about to cry. Zhou Xiaoduo was suddenly jolted awake. A few hundred meters ahead, a young man was striding over with a determined look on his face. Behind him, a young girl was chasing after him with tears on her face. Finally, she flew over and stopped him. With a sorrowful look, she said, "I know I was wrong. Why can't you forgive me?" It was a quarrel between a young couple. The young man's expression was sorrowful and cold. "It's over between us. It's really my first time. So what? Society is so open-minded now. Can't you accept it? Didn't I make a mistake just once? You're such a narrow-minded man. I'll accept everything that happened before you met me. However, I won't forgive you for anything that happened after you met me. It's that simple. Have you forgotten our vow? It's no longer important. But you know that I love you the most. But that's not a reason for you to get a room with someone else." The young man looked sorrowful. "It's over. Move aside. If you don't forgive me, I'll die in front of you." The young girl pulled out a knife with tears flowing down her face and placed it across her neck. Xiao Nian laughed bitterly. "It's not that I don't forgive you. It's just..." "Just what?" The young man did not answer. He suddenly turned around and bought a piece of fragrant barbecued meat from a stall. The young girl thought that he was going to coax her. She could not help but look expectant. "Is this meat fragrant? Is it a good piece of meat?" the young man asked. "Yes, it's delicious." The young man turned around and walked to the side of the street. He stretched out his hand and handed it to a stray dog lying there. The dirty stray dog bit it into its mouth. However, the young man immediately snatched the piece of meat back from the dog's mouth. There were 2 bite marks on it. They were all dog saliva. The dog was furious, but the young man kicked it away. "This is still the same piece of meat. Do you want to eat it?" The young man handed the meat to the young girl. "Aren't you disgusting? It's covered in dog saliva." The young girl looked at the piece of meat in disdain and said angrily, "So you understand how I feel?" The young man said indifferently, "It's not that I don't forgive you. I just feel disgusted." Then, he raised his hand and threw the piece of meat to the dog. Such a commotion naturally did not attract Zhou Xiaoduo. However, he stopped and watched with relish. Because of the black aura disaster on the young man's face and the future news that Zhou Xiaoduo saw, he immediately stopped in his tracks. Jin Yunsheng will die at the hands of Granny Greedy Wolf 5 days later. Chapter 1208. Xiao Duo couldn't help but click his tongue as he gazed at the young man called Jin Yunsheng. Women are truly terrifying. However, after listening to their argument, Zhou Xiaoduo had already relied on his handsome and unrestrained IQ to imagine the entire process and plot, and he'd understood the ins and outs of the matter and even the details. It was even to the extent that he'd imagined over 100,000 words of adultery scenes, characters, actions, and so on. However, the other side was still going on. But I was deceived as well. I didn't know in advance. You weren't deceived when you agreed to go out for a drink with him alone. But You have no background, no extraordinary strength, no connections, no brains, and no money. Why would he ask you out for a drink? Why would he invite you out for a meal every day? Besides your face and body, what else do you have that could attract that sort of person? So long as you tell me one, I'll consider you a victim. But When you agreed to dinner with him, it was equivalent to accepting his hint in the eyes of a man. Thus, everything that happened after that was only natural. It was all within reason. From that moment onwards, we had nothing to do with each other. You can be unfaithful once, but you can't be unfaithful 100 times. I won't accept an affair, not even once. At this moment, Jin Yunsheng's eyes were filled with pain and heartache, but he didn't struggle. I don't care about your past, and I've never asked about your relationship with me. Even if you've gone through all sorts of hardships in the past, I only ask that you don't embarrass me in this aspect after we're together. That's enough. Even if you come to me after you've had your fun, so long as you don't play with me again, I can still accept it and acknowledge it. For the sake of the person I love, I'll accept being a spare tire. But you've never cared about me. The so-called promises you made to me were just empty words. Even if I forgive you this time, there'll be a next time, and a next time. It's better to get the pain over with than to prolong the pain. Let's end this. Perhaps you'll feel guilty and blame yourself, but after a short period of guilt, you'll still do as you please. As for me, I'll have to wear a green hat for the rest of my life. This kind of thing. Once is already too much. Jin Yunsheng strode away. The young woman wailed as she tugged at his sleeve. With a ripping sound, his sleeve was torn apart, and Jin Yunsheng instantly vanished into the crowd. The young girl watched as Jin Yunsheng walked away with tears in her eyes. The hope in her eyes turned into despair and gloominess. After that, it was replaced by insane hatred. I hate you. The girl roared. Just you wait. She abruptly turned around and left while crying. The ranger turned to Zhuo Xiaoduo. Zhuo, why don't you let me teach that shameless woman a lesson? Just now, the ranger was about to intervene but was stopped by Zhuo Xiaoduo. It's not worth it. Zhuo Xiaoduo shook his head. Actually, it wasn't that it wasn't worth it. It was because what the woman was about to do was related to Jin Yunsheng's life and death. As for Jin Yunsheng, how shameless. She cheated on her own man and still has the face to resent her own man for abandoning her. I'm very curious, why doesn't she hate the man who abducted her? On what basis? The ranger was indignant. I despise this kind of woman the most. It's just a social phenomenon. There's no need to be so angry. Zhuo Xiaoduo sneered, in life, everyone has their own way of living, everyone has their own encounters, that's all. Anyway, I just can't stand it. I won't stand it no matter what. Bear with it. They strolled for a while more. Seeing that it was getting late, they found a place to have a simple meal. After the meal, the ranger left with a heavy heart. Before he left, he sent Zhuo Xiaoduo a document. It contained the movements of the major families in the capital during this period, including the changes in personnel and the corresponding movements. Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't even look at it and directly forwarded the content to Li Chenglong. Li Chenglong sent a message, Roger that. Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't care about it anymore. He continued to follow his divine perception and searched with Zhuo Xiaonian. Before Jin Yunsheng left just now, Zhuo Xiaoduo had already placed a wisp of divine perception on him. This was an important clue. How could he not keep a close eye on it? Jin Yunsheng, male, 22 years old, was framed by his girlfriend 5 days later. When he escaped, he encountered Granny Greedy Wolf, who was hiding in a secret place, and was killed for no reason. This information was actually very general. Because the location, time, and process of the incident were all missing. There was almost only one outcome. However, this was the only clue at the moment. Fortunately, one outcome was enough. As long as they kept a close eye on him, they could follow the clues and find Granny Greedy Wolf. Jin Yunsheng returned to his rented house, closed the door, and sat down. He was dejected. He covered his face with both hands, and tears had already surged out from between his fingers. His girlfriend's aura still lingered in the rented house. As a low-level cultivator, he came to Shangjing to make a living. He worked hard every day to find a job, and he worked hard every day just to give her a foreseeable future. He hoped that one day, he would put on a white wedding dress for her. He had even thought about what to do with his wedding house in the future. He would pay a mortgage and buy a smaller house in a more remote location. Then, when he had children, he would change to another house depending on the conditions. As for the children's education, raising, and so on. He had thought very far ahead. He had even thought about how he would retire when he was old. However, the idea was beautiful, but the reality was cruel. His girlfriend's betrayal this time shattered all his blueprints. The phone kept ringing, but he didn't pick it up. It was as if the world was meaningless to him. He didn't know how long he had been in a daze. It was only when the sky had darkened that he stood up like a zombie. He opened the fridge and took out 2 packets of instant noodles. Only then did he remember that he was the only one left. 1 packet was enough. He didn't know how this bowl of noodles tasted. He suddenly thought of his parents who were far away and couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. It wasn't that he didn't want to die, but he really didn't dare to die. Even if he was betrayed, he still had to live his life. He casually ate 2 mouthfuls to fill his stomach. Looking at the narrow rented house, he suddenly thought of the stray dog on the street just now. My life is really not as good as that dog's. At least that dog doesn't have to be so tired, and it doesn't have to bear so much. It doesn't have so many emotions to face. It's actually true that humans are worse than dogs. Zhuo Xiaoduo located Jin Yunqing's location. He didn't stay for too long and left with Zhuo Xiaonian. Zhuo Xiaoduo knew that Jin Yunsheng would only suffer misfortune in 5 days. Because of fate, extreme misfortune will bring joy. At that time, I might as well give him a chance, Zhuo Xiaoduo thought. Zhuo Xiaoduo had never been a good person. However, he truly felt that Jin Yunsheng was rather decisive and straightforward when it came to matters. Even though he was in excruciating pain right now, he'd made a prompt decision when he decided to give up just now, and he hadn't hesitated at all. Zhuo Xiaoduo admired this kind of character very much. At least as a man. He wasn't a coward. When they returned to the small courtyard, they were surprised to see Lu Yingfeng and Madame Lu sitting in the living room. Li Chenglong was chatting with them while Xiang Bing was making tea and preparing dinner. Patriarch Lu and Madame Lu were always kind when facing Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others. They missed their daughter, so they came to see their daughter's students. Now that everything was clear, Madame Lu couldn't wait to bring Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others into the Lu family so that she could watch over them every day. These children were her daughter's blood, sweat, and tears. Her daughter had placed her hopes on them. That night, Patriarch Lu and Madame Lu didn't stay for long. After dinner, Lu Yingfeng pulled the reluctant Madame Lu away. After that, everyone had nothing else to do, so they all entered the spatial extermination tower to cultivate. Everyone's cultivation was on the fast track. Everyone had just broken through to the Skysoar realm, so they didn't need to do anything else now. They only needed natural treasures and cultivation materials to aid their cultivation and improve their cultivation. That was all. All kinds of eating, swallowing, absorbing, and sucking. This kind of fast track would continue until they reached the Tao convergence stage. Of course, every time he absorbed the spiritual energy, he would have to temper it 1,000 times before he could transform it into a state that was most compatible with the Skysoar realm. It was one thing to advance by leaps and bounds, but it was also necessary to strengthen one's foundation. Their current demand for the Jade of Astral Souls had reached the level of high-grade Astral Souls Jade. Generally, mid-grade or low-grade Astral Souls Jade would turn into powder in a second. However, it was more or less useless. It would be best if they could directly use top-grade Astral Souls Jade to aid their cultivation. However, top-grade Astral Souls Jade was simply too rare in this world. It was truly a scarce resource. Zhuo Xiaoduo naturally didn't lack it. However, the resources he had on hand were far from enough for the needs of so many people. He had to purchase them elsewhere. At such a time, Zhuo Xiaoduo's background as a second-generation superpower was put to good use. He found a number that Wu Yuding had secretly left for him and dialed it. "Is this Uncle Ding? I'm Zhuo Xiaoduo. Michum. My mother said that my father once said that Uncle Ding is a good person. Uncle Ding, you're too kind. It's actually nothing much. It's just that there's a huge shortage of top-grade Astral Souls Jade for cultivation. We want to buy some. That won't do. We definitely have to pay. Otherwise, my mother will hit me. We, the Zhou clan, do things openly and honestly. How can we take advantage of our own people? Okay, okay. Thank you very much, Uncle Ding. As for how much you need. Anyway, we need a lot, a lot. The more the better. Okay. Thank you, Uncle Ding. On the other hand, Zhou Xiaonian also began to make calls. Pavilion Master, do we still have top-grade Astral Souls Jade in the Nine Heavens Pavilion? We want to purchase some, but we don't have enough materials for cultivation. Thank you, Pavilion Master. There's no need for that. We have to pay normally. Or we can use resources to exchange for them. My points? My points are that high. I can exchange them for top-grade Astral Souls Jade. Zhou Xiaonian was stunned. My contribution is that high. Chapter 1209. Zhou Xiaonian was really dumbfounded by the information on the other end of the phone. Her points at the Nine Heavens Pavilion could actually be exchanged for more than 3,000 pieces of top-grade Jade of Astral Souls. So much? When did she make such a huge contribution? This was definitely an unexpected surprise. Zhou Xiaoduo then called the Ministry of Finance. Is this Minister Yang? Ha, I'm Zhou Xiaoduo. Uncle Nan asked me to ask you for help. You're too polite. Well, if you have time, come over to my house with Uncle Nan. My mother's cooking is really delicious. I'll definitely give you a portion in advance for the next family feast. Not long after. Li Chenglong and the others were dumbfounded when a large batch of high-quality Jade of Astral Souls was sent over. He didn't know how the news spread, but the Yu clan, Dongfang clan, and Nan clan all sent star-sold jades over. Each of them sent 10,000 pieces, and they even said in a forthright manner, there's plenty. Send more in a few days. Money? Resources? No need, no need. These things have been stored at home for a long time. This time, just treat it as clearing out the storeroom. There's not enough left. It's really like that. The patriarch said that if we still accept money for these things, he'll break our legs when we get back. Zhou Xiaoduo was very surprised by this situation. Was this the authority of the second generation of super cultivators? It was really too easy to get these things. Previously, when Hidden Dragon High School's Principal Yi wanted to buy the top-grade Jade of Astral Souls, he couldn't find it no matter how hard he begged. One piece cost hundreds of millions. But now, with just a call, tens of thousands of pieces were sent over, and they didn't even ask for money. It was as if they were afraid that he wouldn't accept it. Oh my god. I really love this identity of mine. After sending away a bunch of people who were sent the top-grade Jade of Astral Souls because they wanted to clear out the storeroom, Zhou Xiaoduo clapped his hands. Come, all of you. I have something for you. Not only was there a top-grade Jade of Astral Souls, there was also something else. This time, it was definitely something that could save his life. It's equivalent to each of you having 20 extra lives. Do you understand? Then, he gave each of the 12 people a piece of paper. I don't need to tell you what you should do next, right? Come on, let's do it quickly. Li Chenglong was the most cooperative. Without another word, he immediately began to write. An IOU. An IOU. Today, I owe Zhou Xiaoduo. At this point, he looked up and asked, how much is appropriate? Zhou Xiaoduo rolled his eyes and said, set your own price. It's fine as long as you know the price. As the boss, how can I be less than you? What I want is your attitude. Do you understand? Li Chenglong considered for a moment, and then continued to write, understood. Today, I owe Zhou Xiaoduo 10 continents. Empty words have no proof. I'll write it down as proof. Heaven above, be my witness. I won't go back on my word. I'll definitely pay it back in this lifetime. Li Chenglong. Year, month, day. Then, he signed and pressed his fingerprints. The series of actions flowed smoothly. Long Yusheng then began to write an IOU. Today, I owes was Xiaoduo 20 continents. Long Yusheng, Wanli Xiu, year, month, day. With the first two sets of models, Gao Qiao, and the others also imitated them as if they were imitating a bowl. Thus, in an instant, Zhou Xiaoduo's IOU increased by 120 continents. Well, in addition to the previous debt, you now owe me a total of 200 continents. Remember to pay it back when you need it. Zhou Xiaoduo exhorted. Don't worry, I'll definitely pay it back in this lifetime. Well, it doesn't matter if you remember it or not. I'll remember it anyway. Zhou Xiaoduo nodded and put away the stack of IOU carefully. Then, he began to distribute the best quality jade of astral souls. Everyone was beaming with joy. To be able to obtain so many high-quality resources with just an IOU was a great thing. How could such a good thing happen a few more times? 3 to 5 times a day, or even 8 to 10 times a day, it would never be too much. Although everyone had such dirty thoughts, everyone's feelings for Zhou Xiaoduo were the most sincere. It could be seen from the ownership of the heart-cleansing sacred fruit and the heart-cleansing sacred fruit tree. Whether the content of the IOU was outrageous or not was one thing. When they had the ability in the future, they would have to pay it back. When they encountered something good, they would not forget to share with Zhou. Everyone was prepared for this as well. However, they would never have thought that the world was unpredictable and the universe was unpredictable. At a certain time in the future, when they had achieved great success and laughed at all the heroes, these promissory notes would become a nightmare that they could not get rid of for the rest of their lives. At that time, Zhou Xiaoduo would waive the IOU and collect a wave of interest on a whim. After a period of time, he would collect another wave of interest. This made them, who had reached the peak of the world, rack their brains to avoid debt and rack their brains for the IOU. It had to be said that every bird and peck had its own destiny. Ahem, this was something that would happen in the distant future. They would talk about it when they needed it in the future. In short, they were very happy to be free now. When they were liquidated in the future. The result would be clear. What's the use of collecting so many IOU? Zhou Xiaonian was very curious. She looked at the thick stack of IOU in Zhou Xiaoduo's hands and saw that there were as many as 13 IOU from Li Chenglong. Long Yusheng and Wan Lixiu were second, and Yu Moyan and Li Changming were third. Except for Zhen Piao, who joined the group the latest, who only had 1 IOU, the rest had at least 2 in their accounts. I have my own use. Zhou Xiaoduo chuckled, if everyone can't reach the end, it doesn't matter. But if everyone can reach the end? Well, we can refer to Uncle Nan and Uncle Wu for specific examples. In the future, we, husband and wife, our whole family, will be able to eat a lot just by collecting interest for generations. Zhou Xiaonian. You are thinking so far ahead. Zhou Xiaoduo's method was naturally not taught to him by Zhou Changlu. Zhou Changlu did not tell him about this at all. These were the unique skills that Zhou Xiaoduo had comprehended on his own to walk the Jianghu. At the same time. On the other side, in front of the Sun-Moon Pass, Zhou Changlu looked at Yu Xingqian, Yu Dongtian, Dongfang Zhengyang, Sword Monarch, Saber Demon, and the others. His face was full of smiles as he took out a stack of IOU from his spatial ring. Do you still remember these IOU? Now that we have nothing to do, and you have saved up for so many years, shouldn't you settle the interest first? As the saying goes, a half-grown child eats the father until he is poor. I am raising 2 children now, and the living pressure is very high. You don't know how much it costs to raise a pair of children. The 2 of us can't bear the burden now, and I need you to repay us. Hearing this, everyone's eyeballs bulged in unison. This How many years had it been since that happened? You still keep these IOU? Is this something that a human can do? Is this something that a Sky Patrol minister should do? Where is his shame? Where is his dignity? The distortion of human nature. The decay of morality. Raising a pair of children can force the Sky Patrol minister to this extent? We trust you so much. Don't talk nonsense with me, quickly settle the amount that everyone owes. After this round of settlement, remember to write a new IOU after today's settlement. Zhuo Changlu smiled. I have newly obtained the heaven-nourishing jade. I will distribute it to all of you later, but I have to make it clear in advance that this is an important strategic resource. Not only can it not be used freely, but it is also strictly forbidden for anyone other than us to use it. Once it is used up, it will be gone. Do you understand? As Zhuo Changlu explained what the heaven-nourishing jade was, everyone's eyes lit up like light bulbs. The heaven-nourishing jade was really a good thing. Even if one's heart was crushed or his dantian was destroyed, it could recover in a few seconds. This was the greatest blessing on the battlefield, a treasure that defied the natural order. Nan Zhengqian. Yu Dongtian waved his hand. What? Nan Zhengqian was a little puzzled. Come here. Yu Dongtian was all smiles. What's the matter? Nan Zhengqian walked forward in confusion. Poof! Yu Dongtian suddenly raised his fist and smashed Nan Zhengqian's dantian into a pulp. Blood immediately splattered. A tragedy suddenly unfolded before their eyes. Nan Zhengqian screamed, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Let's test it out. Yu Dongtian stuck his heaven-nourishing jade on Nan Zhengqian's body. 5 seconds later. Nan Zhengqian recovered completely. He was completely at his peak. Not even a wound was left behind. If it wasn't for the large pool of blood on the ground, no one would believe that Nan Zhengqian had just suffered a fatal injury. What a treasure! Yu Dongtian played with the heaven-nourishing jade in his hand lovingly. Nan Zhengqian was furious. Yu Dongtian, you son of a bitch. He finally understood. Yu Dongtian was clearly taking revenge on him for watching him make a scene. Otherwise, of all people, he just had to use him as an experiment. Why didn't he look for Dongfang Zhengyang? He turned around and saw that Dongfang Zhengyang had already run in front of Zhuo Changlu and started to write an IOU. He looked straight ahead, as if he didn't see anything. He really came back from the dead. Oh my God, everyone was instantly excited. They all gathered around to calculate the debt and repay the interest. Zhuo Changlu had clearly stated that those who had not paid the interest previously did not have the right to write an IOU for the heaven-nourishing jade. He was just so unyielding, just like a scoundrel. Wu Yuding was at the side collecting the debt. Other than cash and transfers, she wanted everything. She stopped and put on a fake smile. That's it. Hence, those who were asked quickly took out a large sum of money. When it was Qin Sha's turn, there was finally a problem. Wu Yuding looked at the things that Qin Sha took out and put on a fake smile. Ha! That's it. Qin Sha was so angry that her face turned green and white. Teardrop, don't go overboard. Humph, what do you want? Wu Yuding rolled her eyes. Qin Sha turned around and said to Zhuo Changlu, Brother Zhuo, I've been waiting for you. Now, it's normal for powerful people to have multiple wives. I don't ask you to give me any status. I'm willing. Wu Yuding was shocked. She immediately kept the things and put on a smiling face. Aunt Qin. Okay, I've collected enough interest. Chapter 12:10. This is enough. Qin Sha glanced at her. I don't think it's enough. It's enough, it's more than enough. Wu Yuding quickly took out a portion, at least half of it, and pushed it back to Qin Sha. Ha, I don't need so much. Take these back. She sounded a little submissive. This was Wu Yuding's first time in so many years. So much? Yes. At least you know what's good for you. Wu Yuding was so angry that her whole body was trembling, but she did not dare to say anything. I've never seen anyone who wants to be a mistress so arrogant in front of the main wife. But I can't provoke her. Originally, she wouldn't take action because of her status. If I provoke her, she might as well take action regardless of the consequences. That would be bad. And I can have a legitimate reason. If the main wife says that I don't dare, then I'll do it for her. No matter what, Wu Yuding would never give him such a chance. Even if I have to suffer a little. On the other side, Zhuo Changlu's face was also pale, and his eyes were a little blue. I'm scared to death, scared to death. Finally, Qin Sha finished paying the interest. She went to Zhuo Changlu and stretched out her hand. Zhuo Changlu thought for a while and hesitantly handed over a piece of paper. He coughed. Sign. Sign an IOU? Huff. The paper suddenly burned in Qin Sha's hand. It turned into ashes. Qin Sha pursed her lips, her eyes and expression were cold. Her eyes were like knives, swords, and spears. Her meaning was clear. I already want to be your concubine, and you still want me to sign an IOU? Do you believe that I'm serious? Zhuo Changlu turned to look at Wu Yuding in panic. Wu Yuding turned her face away and pretended not to see. Zhuo Changlu's face twitched. He quickly chose a thicker piece and placed it in Qin Sha's hand. Leave quickly. I'm going to be killed by you. Humph. Qin Sha took the heaven-nourishing jade and left with her head held high. Little guy, do you think I can't teach you two a lesson? You actually want to bully me. Do you really think I want to be your man's concubine? The Qin Sha, am definitely not that kind of person. Tears, look at how scared you are. Auntie won't snatch it from you. This was the first time that the heaven-inspecting minister couple had suffered a setback. Zhuo Changlu heaved a sigh of relief. He could feel his heart throbbing. He could clearly feel that tonight would not be an easy night for him. Even in the future, it would be very difficult, very difficult, very difficult. Oh my God, this is really an undeserved calamity. Poochie poochie. The laughter around them, which they tried to hold back but failed to do so, rang out. Zhuo Changlu's face was as red as a jujube. He glanced around coldly. The laughter that wasn't loud in the first place suddenly stopped. The next one was Shimin Lai. With a fawning look on his face, he said, Boss. I want to write an IOU. You only know how to write IOUs. What else can you do? Can't you be more mature? Zhuo Changlu immediately found a target to vent his anger on. He said angrily, can't you use real money? What have you been doing all your life? What kind of achievements can you have? What hope do you have? How could I have been so blind to give you so many resources? I even asked you to sign an IOU. When will you be able to pay it back in your lifetime? What kind of achievements do you have? What hope do you have? How could I have been so blind to give you so many resources and even let you write an IOU? Shimin Lai was dumbfounded. Just now, everyone wrote an IOU, but you didn't say anything. How come when it came to me the people around him held back their laughter and urged, hurry up? What are you being so shy for? Shimin Lai was embarrassed. He said in a low voice, but I really can't take it out right now. If you can't take it out, then go away. Quick. The others became even more noisy. Shimin Lai's face turned the color of a persimmon. He was at a loss and looked extremely pitiful. Finally, it was Yu Xingqian who stood up to smooth things over. He wrote an IOU and got the heaven-mending stone as he wished. After giving out 15 heaven-mending stones, Zhuo Changlu hurriedly announced, there's no more. Basically, each army gets one. The left and right heavenly kings get one each. The demonic sword monarch, demon ancestor, and others get one each. The emperor gets two. The others don't get this treatment. This is a strategic treasure. Moreover, everyone here is well versed in the creation of heaven and earth. Even if this treasure is profound, it is still rootless and limited. I don't know how many people can be saved with one stone, but it can't be used without limit. It's up to you to decide how to use it. I won't ask how you should use it and where you should use it. But don't pester me again. I don't have any more on hand. Zhuo Changlu's voice was very heavy. Everyone understood that the IOU was written and they got the good stuff. However, their shoulders became heavier and heavier. With this thing, there was no doubt that they had more confidence to save their lives. However, soldiers valued camaraderie the most. No one wanted to see their comrades die, so that the marshals could already foresee that after every battle, the armies would carry many heavily wounded and dying soldiers to them and kneel on the ground, begging for their lives. Commander, save him. I know you have elixirs that can prolong his life and bring him back to life. Commander, please have mercy. Marshal, this is our comrade in arms. Commander, please. When they thought of this scene, the four commanders felt that the heaven-mending stone in their hands was a little hot. How many people could it save with such a thin piece? If they were allowed to use them freely, they would probably be used up in a small skirmish. Therefore, this kind of heaven-defying treasure would definitely have side effects. Therefore, there really needed to be a rule on how to use this thing. In addition, it had to be strictly enforced. I've said everything I wanted to say. The severity of the matter is up to you. Disperse. Zhuo Changlu felt that it was necessary for him to drive everyone away quickly. He already felt that his wife's coldness was getting thicker and thicker. The moment everyone scattered like birds and beasts, Zhuo Changlu heard Wu Yuding's cold voice, "Come with me." Xiao Duo's mother. It's not my fault. I didn't have any opinion at all. Zhuo Changlu's face was bitter. What you said is not the main point. Come here. Wu Yuding pulled Zhuo Changlu and disappeared without a trace. This caused the people who seemed to have left but were actually waiting not far away to watch the gossip to be greatly disappointed. What a tragedy. Yu Dongtian shook his head, his face full of schadenfreude. Right now, only the frivolous heavenly king of the right would be so audacious and unrestrained as to say what everyone else wanted to say but did not dare to. Even his father, monarch Zhai Xing, might not have such courage. However, there was a price to pay for such courage in action. Before the heavenly king of the right could finish his sentence, a huge she-blade fell from the sky. That 40-meter-long she-blade was a ghastly sight. Fortunately, only the hilt of the she-blade hit Yu Dongtian's head, and it didn't behead him. I was wrong. Yu Dongtian's face was pale. He knelt on the ground with a thud, but I didn't mean it. I saw Dongfang Zhenyang's expression, so I blurted it out. Actually, this was what Dongfang Zhenyang thought. Uncle Zhuo, please understand, Dongfang Zhenyang is really not a good person. Dongfang Zhenyang, who had already walked far away, turned black instantly. This son of a bitch, he's really vengeful. He's still trying to shift the blame at this critical moment. Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others, who had just received a large amount of cultivation resources, spent every day in the Tower of Annihilation. All of them fought and cultivated as if they didn't care about their lives. Among them, the ones who were the craziest were the few female students. Their innate talent was slightly lacking. When they cultivated, they were even more desperate than the group of male students. Their cultivation and combat experience were increasing day by day. Zhenpia Piao and Gao Qiao, were the two girls who were the most desperate among the group of female students. They were even more desperate than Wanli Xiu. Every time they fought, they had to fight throughout the entire arena. Moreover, they had to do it several times. It was probably because their foundations were the weakest, so their combat strength was naturally the weakest. No matter who they were up against, they would definitely be at an absolute disadvantage. No one could let them gain an advantage over them. However, these two girls were shockingly resilient. No matter how serious their injuries were, as soon as they recovered, they would immediately challenge again. Li Chenglong had calculated. 1 day and 1 night in the outside world was equivalent to 5 months in the Tower of Annihilation. And in these 5 months, the number of times each of Zhen Piao and Gao Qiao was crazily attacked. By a conservative estimate, it was more than 2,500 times. This was an appalling number that could drive anyone crazy. This was clearly a battle where there was no hope of winning. Everyone was stronger than the two of them. Of course, they were constantly improving, but the others were also improving. Their progress was not worse than theirs. For example, Li Chenglong, Yu Moyan, Long Yusheng, and the others were improving faster, much faster. Under the effect of such a vicious cycle, they could only be attacked and crushed all the way. They never thought of counterattacking and showing off their power. But as it went on, the two girls never had the intention to give up or relax. When they were beaten down, they would get up again, continue to fight and resist. When they really couldn't take it anymore, they would go back to cultivate and improve. Then they would try again, resist again, and fight again. This ruthlessness made Li Chenglong and the others feel a sense of crisis. If they were caught up or even beaten down when they clearly had the upper hand, it would be a great loss of face. It was hard to tell if this was a vicious cycle or a virtuous cycle. Everyone started to go head-to-head with their lives on the line one after another. The weak ones chased with all their strength. The strong ones continued to run with all their strength. In the end, even Xiao joined the battle group. He controlled the Grand Sun True Fire and fought with everyone. Xiao Xiao's Great Sun True Fire was naturally sharp, but he was still young in the end, while everyone else was a genuine Sky Soar cultivator. Furthermore, they were Sky Soar cultivators that far surpassed the ordinary Sky Soar cultivators. When it came to facing the Great Sun True Fire head-on, their strength was still insufficient. However, they could seize the opportunity to defeat Xiao Xiao. But when the young ones were beaten, the old ones would naturally stand up for them. After Zhou Xiaoduo completely digested the two inheritances and got Zhao's complaint, he naturally joined the battle group with Zhou Xiaonian. Every day, it was chaotic. You're tuning into the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.